Welcome to Ethical Hacking Build Ransomware with Control Center Proof of Concept. Hi, I'm Mr. Hex, an IT professional with over 5 years of experience. I am passionate about cybersecurity and love developing real life practical tools and scripts. Welcome to the course. By the end of this course, you will be able to develop a fully functional ransomware application using Python and PHP, set up a control center, and understand the mechanism of encryption and decryption. In this course, you will learn how to build a ransomware proof of concept from scratch using Python, set up a command and control center using PHP, implement encryption and decryption technique, use APIs for seamless communication, create executable files, and hide executable files using WinRAR. So, this course is designed for people who are interested in cybersecurity, IT professionals, and anyone curious about ethical hacking. If you want to deepen your understanding and knowledge in cybersecurity and gain practical skills, this course is for you. Thank you for considering this course. Click Enroll now to start your journey towards becoming a cybersecurity expert. You can also check out the free preview to get a feel for the content. Join us and start learning today. Welcome everyone to our Udemy course in creating the ransomware for education purpose. So in this video, we won't start the coding part, but we will first understand the entire project step by step. How does it work? So first of all, let us understand what is ransomware. A ransomware is a type of malicious software designed to block access to a computer system or its data until a ransom is paid. So it's work by encrypting the victim files, making them inaccessible. Then the attackers demands a ransom for the decryption key to unlock those files. So let's move forward and understand the types of ransomware. There are primarily two types of ransomware. First, we have the crypto ransomware, which encrypts the valuable files on the computer so that the users can't access them. So in this our project, we will be creating this crypto ransomware, which will infect our files, it lock them and send that decryption key directly towards our command and control center, and it's stored there. So later on, we can retrieve that and access that keys. So in the second, there is the locker ransomware. So which locks the users out of their operating system entirely, making it impossible to access the desktop applications, or any other files. So let's move forward and understand what is encryption. Encryption is a process of converting information or data into a code to prevent unauthorized access. It's like converting readable message into an unreadable one using a specific algorithm and the key. So let's move forward and understand how does encryption work. Let us take a quick look at it. Imagine you have a piece of text, hello world. With this text is encrypted, it transforms into unreadable strings of character which you can't understand. To make sense of it again, you need that decryption key that can reverse the encryption process which was generated at the very first when the encryption process was held. So let's move forward and understand what are the methods we used in our project. So in our project, we use two main methods. That is AES, stands for Advanced Encryption Standard, and password-based key derivation functions too. AES is a symmetric encryption algorithm known for its speed and security, whereas password-based key derivation functions is used to generate a strong password key by repeatedly mixing the password with the salt and making the brute force attack very hard and very difficult to crack it. So let's move forward and understand why are we using this tool. So we choose AES because it provides robust encryption, making it nearly impossible to crack without the correct key. Where on the other hand, we use password-based key derivation functions because it adds another layer of security by strengthening the password through multiple iterations, significantly making it complicating, hard to attempt to break it. So by reusing these two methods, we are making the encryption process very hard to be cracked. So let's move forward and understand the decryptor. So what is decryptor? So let's understand. Decryption is a process of converting encrypted data back into its original form. A decryptor uses a key to reverse the encryption algorithm, making the data accessible again. This is very crucial for recovering file that has been locked by the ransomware. And you need the specific decryptor for the specific purpose. For example, if your file has been encrypted by one ransomware or one encryptor, so you can't decrypt with another one. So you need that particularly specific decryptor built for that purpose only.
So let's move forward and let us understand how our decryptor works. So our decryptor follows several steps. First, initialization. It starts by loading necessary resources and configurations such as machine ID and the decryption key. And second, user interface. It provides a graphical user interface for the users to enter the decryption key and start the process. And then scanning. It starts to search the system for the files with dot encrypted extension, and the dot encrypted extension was created to the files when we initialize the encryption process. So, and decryption. So, it decrypts each file using the provided files, a provided key that is the encryption key that has been sent to you by the admins or by the victim, by the attackers. Okay, so and another part is the progress tracking. So, in our graphical user interface, there is a log page or a log section where you can see all the progress in the live. For example, if your file has been decrypting, so you can see the live feed of your decrypted files there. And if your file has is in the verge of deleting, and if your file is in process of deleting, you can see that process directly into the log system. And another one is completion. So displaying a success message and performing a cleanup task after the decryption is another part. So after your file has been decrypted successfully, so what it does is it just deletes the loaded machine IDs and the timer status so that it won't get affected again. For example, if you want to redo it again, if you want to reinfect it again, so it will start from the scratch. So let's move forward and let us understand the decryption process in our project. So here are our detailed looks and our decryption process. First is user input. The user provides a password or decryption keys. And second is the key derivation. The PBKDF2 transforms the password into the cryptographic key, and the third one is reading the encrypted files. After that, it will extract the initialized vector IV and encrypts the data from the files. So after that, it's like setting up the AES cipher. It creates an AES cipher using the derived key and the initialized vector, and then after it decrypts the data using the AES cipher, it will decrypt the data, and then it removes the padding. So when the encryption is held it as the padding. So after this all these processes are being executed, and in the sixth phases it will remove the padding which was previously added in our encryption method. And the last part is the saving decrypted data. It's like after you're completing your decryption, so what it does is it ensures that the original files to be back again, and it deletes the that encrypted files and it brings you the original files. Okay, so now let's move to our next command and control section. Let's understand what is command and control. So this is a central hub. Command and control is a central hub for managing the activities of various connected systems or devices. In our context of our project, the command and control center is a system which helps to monitor our victim. For example, it helps to record our keys, it helps to record our machine IDs, it helps to keep record of the payment status, and it also has the features to send the kill signal when the deleting process is executed in the victim computers. So we can directly stop that deleting process by sending the stop deleting pro signals directly from this command and control center. And we can even extract all these machine IDs and all this data directly into the Excel sheet. So this is the command and control center. Let's understand why do we need command and control center. So the command and control center is used because it helps to receive the encryption keys. It stores the key from the infected machines for the further decryption, and it helps to monitor the infected machines as well as, and it helps to provide the real-time status updates, and it helps to sense the command issues like for example sending the kill signal to stop deleting process, and also for the user authentications so that no other people can access the decryption keys. So let's move forward and understand the handling of data and operation in our command and control center. Let's see how the command and control center handles our data. At first, it receives the encryption keys. So it stores the key from the infected machine for the further decryption. So, and on the other hand, it sends the kill signal. When the deleting process is held, it just send the kill signal to stop that deleting process. So it helps to maintain the order. And on the next step, it helps to monitor and track. So, for example, like there are a lot of machines, and it helps to monitor all the status of the infected machines. For example, the receiving keys, sending signals, and the status, like machine page status and all, and the user authentications. It ensures the secure access through a login registration system so that no other people can access your files, or you can directly get the relevant keys for the relevant machine IDs, and you can see the relevant data status for the relevant machine IDs. For example, if you want to send a key signal to one particular machine IDs, then you can see that machine IDs, and you can just send that machine kill signal, deleting kill signal directly to that machine IDs. So, in conclusion, our project combines an advanced encryption technique with a robust command and control system to manage and mitigate ransomware threats effectively. So, by the end of this course, you will have a deep understanding of how ransomware operates and be equipped with the knowledge to develop robust cybersecurity defense against such threats. Remember, this purpose is to educate and empower you to protect your data and the system. It's only for education purpose, so please don't misuse it. And let's build this proof of concept project together. In our next video, we will be starting the coding section. So back to our desktop. First of all, let's go and check our data on our drives, which are going to be infected by our malware. So this is our E drive, and let's try to open any of these files. Let's see if it's open or not. So yeah, it's open, so we can access this file. Let's try to do another one. Profit and loss projection. Yeah, it's open. We can open this. Let's try to open this Gantt chart. Yeah, okay, so see, we can open this up, and let's try to open this image files. So it's open. So basically we can access these files, and let's try to do the same with another files, and let's go and check business plans. Yeah, so basically we can access this file, and we can read the content of this file. So now what we are going to do is we are going to execute our ransomware malware so that it will encrypt all of these files, and it will create a machine ID so that it will identify the target machine, and it will send that specific decryption key back to our command and control center, on which it is stored in the database so that we can retrieve it. And we have some features to send the kill signal, which will stop the deleting process of our application as well. As so let us know something, how some hackers get access to your computer, or like your computer can be victim of some malicious software. So basically what the hackers do is they sometimes embed the malicious applications inside the image, or inside the music files, or inside any other known for extensions files. And as well as sometimes they might tell to you like this is the new software or antivirus, you need to update it, or some phishing links. So basically by knowingly or unknowingly we execute some program, and then we became the victim. So in this program, we are going to create a malware, ransomware in the Python, and we are going to create that applications into exe files, and we are going to embed that into the image so that it will be executed as an image, but in the backend it will execute our malware. So we will be creating that, and as well as we will be creating command and control center in PHP so that our uh, keys can be stored and can be managed properly. So let's execute our files. So it is just image, like it's opened, and let's close this image. So we don't need it. So now our malware has been already executed, and we can see here. Okay, so prompt has been opened. It says okay, this is the ransomware node, and it's giving you the time. It's giving you the 5 minutes time. It's giving you the area to put the decryption key, and let's try to close this one. Okay, but it's not closing. It's asking you some termination keys. Let's try to write something. The keys is incorrect. And at this side, you can see all our file which was previously accessed is now changed to the encrypted file. So let's try to open this up. For example, let's try to open this Excel file cash flow. Okay, so as you can see, it's all encrypted. We can't access, we can't see the files. Okay, so now we can do one thing. Let's try something. Let's try to change this that encrypted extension back to normal. Now, as we can see the icons here of the Excel. So let's try to open it. So as you can see, we can't read the content. We are not able to access the files because it's encrypted. Even though we change the extension, even though it is now accessible, so it doesn't work because the files has been encrypted very strongly. So same goes for our next drive. All our files has been encrypted, and what it does is when the file is encrypted, when our program runs, it creates this file as the d data, first the dummy data, and it creates these files as the dummy files. When this time reaches to 0, it will first start to search this file d data, and it will start to delete these files one by one. After this directory is empty, then only it will start to delete all the files. This is because like sometimes it will give the victim chance to retrieve the key from the admin. So basically, when this timer reaches to 0, it starts to delete file one by one. So let's try something random. Let's try to write something here. Try to guess password here. And what it says is like, okay, it's trying, right? It's like it's saying decryption key is not valid. Okay, so sometimes what it does is sometimes some people might tend to do, okay, they just want to kill this program. Okay, so as you can see, even they kill that program, even it's not directly, we can't kill it. So even if they kill it, the timers remain the same. The timer won't stop, it will continuously go on. As you can see here, we only have left 1 minute and 40 seconds. So even if it close or even if it's crash, it will continue to count down. No matter what, the file needs to be decrypted by the keys. If you can't provide the decryption key in a time, and if the time runs out, no matter what, no matter if you close this one, no matter if you close your computer, no matter what, it will start to delete your file one by one. So now let's go and see where is this key, where does this application sends key. So this is our dashboard. So this is our login page. Let's log in. So basically, this is our dashboard. So here is our machine ID. As I told you, whenever our malware runs, it creates a unique machine ID so that it can identify which victim has the encryption key and to which victim we have sent this self-destruct button. So this is our encryption key, and this is our date received, and this is our status. After completing, after they pay some ransom or after some demand has been made, and we can mark this as paid. For example, here is missing paid is 217, and if we mark paid, it's like 218. That means 218 missions have been paid. And so this is the self-destruct button. As I told you, when it reaches to 0, it starts to delete. And when it starts to delete, it will prompt you a window. And it will ask you to enter the key, enter the password to stop this delete process. And as I told you earlier, it will first start to go here, the data, and it will start to delete. As you can see, it's deleting the data files first, and again the data files first. And after this is empty, so it will go to another directory and it will start to delete the files. So as I told you, either we need to provide this password here, or the admin can stop this deleting process by the self-destruct. Let's try to do that. And we are sending this signal, deleting signal to this machine ID. As I told you, machine ID is very important. And let's see, we have sent our machine ID key. And as you can see here, it says the deleting process stopped by the remote command, and finally our deleting process has been stopped. So our deleting process has been stopped. So our file won't delete now. So still, even though our file has not been deleted, so still we need our key to unlock this file. So this is our key, and let's try to decrypt our file here. So this is our key, and let's try to decrypt here. So it will automatically scan all our folders, all our directories, and you can see here it's decrypted. So the thing is, like, after it's successfully decrypted, it will close itself after the 10 seconds. So let's try to open these files. As you can see, we can open this file, and as you can see, we can open this file as well as, so it is now accessible. So now we can access this file again. So let's go and check to our another drive, either if it's working or not, if there is any encrypted files. No, see, we can see all the files has been decrypted, and inside the data there is no file because the file has been deleted in the process. So this is our command and control center. This is our dashboard. This is our profile section. In the profile section, you can change your name, username. You can change your image, for example. Let's change this one, and you can change your password. You can update your profile. And so basically, here you go. This is your profile. This is your active warrior, means how many machines need to pay this amount, and total encrypted means it's like the total victims, and the machine paid are how many marked as paid, and how machine terminated, as I told you earlier. This is one of the um, important features, like when there is deleting process and the admin need to stop that delete process, so he can directly send the kill signal from here, and it can stop that. So another one is we have our registered PSP process. So this is your register. For example, if you want to register for the new user demo and you want to write the password, so you can register here and you can go there and you can access, because like we have only made one. So this is the demo, and we can give this next. Okay, so this is our demo, and let's log out, let's go to the root, and this is our root. So you can see this is welcome back root, and this is our demo. So this is basically our command and control center, from where we can store our encryption key, machine keys, and it now has a receipt date, so we can know on which date we have received the machine IDs, and we have the status to market page and self-destruct to send the kill signal. So basically, in this whole application, and you can see when we executed our file, the background has been changed. It automatically changed our wallpaper, and it says it gave the different wallpaper. So the basically what we are going to do in our whole applications, in our whole course, is we are going to create the three main applications. That is, one, we are going to create this one, the malware, and another one we are going to create this command and control center, and another one we are going to create the application and embed that into the image so that it can be executed. So basically, this is our malware. written in Python, and this is our command and control center written in PSP code, and we're going to create this one as an executable file and embed that into the image. So we can't close this. For example, if we want to close this, we can just keep the main password and it's closed. So even if it's closed, as I told you earlier, here is the mission ID for our, let's copy this mission ID. As I told you earlier, even though we close it, it's still running. It's still has the time. And so let's go and check our file. It's still decrypted. So let's try to decrypt our file and let's put our password here and it says okay. So let's again check our, let's wait for a few seconds and we are back here and let's see, we can see all our files are decrypted. We can easily access this file. So basically this is it. We are going to create the three main files. One is the main file, that is the malware, and another one is command and control center, this command, and we are going to create this command and control center, and another one is we are going to create this executable file. So by the end of this course you will have a deep understanding of how ransomware operates and be equipped with the knowledge to develop the robust cybersecurity defense against such threats. Remember, this purpose of this course is to educate and empower you to protect your data and security system. Let's build this proof of concept project together. So let's get started with our simple encryption program at first, and we'll be doing simple decryption. Then after we will be adding more features to it and combining them in a single form. Okay, first of all, we are going to create our application in Python. So first of all, we need to have to download our Python. We need to have Python in our uh, computer. So go to the Python. So, just go. If you don't have Python, that's okay. Just go there, go to the downloads, and you can download the latest version of Python, and there you go, and you can just simply install the Python like the simple installation for any other programs. So just follow up the steps, it's very easy. So here you can, as I have already installed my Python, so there is the option for upgrade, so I don't want that. So there will be your installation install one, so you can choose that one and you can continue. If after you finish your Python installation, you can check if you write Python, and if it gives the version here, that means you have successfully installed the Python. Okay, so we have we know what we need. We have Python. Now let's create our main folder, main root folder on which our entire project will be built. So let's create that and name that rans for ransomware. Let's open it up and let's create two new folders. That is for img for image, like we will be storing our image here, like for example this background wallpaper on which when the encryption occurs we want to change that. And so the image, we will be putting this in image folder, and then after we will be creating another again folder, that is time. So this time folder, what we are why we are doing this is because like when we encrypt our file, it needs to store the time, right, time status. So all the time status will be stored inside this folder. Okay, so now let's open up our code editor. You can use any code editor. You can use PyCharm or you can use VS Code. For me, I'm using Ducky. So let's import our, okay, so let's import our folder as you can see here, and let's, so okay, so before starting, we need to import all the necessary modules required for our encryption program. This includes the module for file handling and cryptographic functions. So let's get started. Um, So okay, we have finished, and So we have successfully imported the necessary modules, OS for file handling, and then AES from crypto.cipher for encryption, and the pad from crypto utility padding for padding the data and getting random bytes for generating the random bytes. Okay, now next, we need to derive an encryption key from a simple password. This key will be used to encrypt our files. So let's start. So step two, deriving encryption from it's like generating a random cells, so password and the simple key from password padding at 32, 32 bytes. Okay, so what we did here is so we can- okay, so, in this next step, what we did is we derived an encryption key from the password from the hello. A random start is generated to add randomness, and the password is padded to ensure it is exactly 32 bits. It's exactly 32 bits long. Now, like we have completed our step one and we have completed our step two. Now let's move to our next step. On the next step, we will let define a functions to encrypt a file using the derived encryption key. So let's get started. It's like generate a random initialization vector. Goes to this. It's like create a new AES cipher. It's like read a file data. So it's encrypt the data with the padding. It's right sound but encrypt the data to the new files. What we'll do is this will remove the original file and like print the success message, the file part and accept exception. But error is so okay, what we did here is so on this step, on our step three, what we did is we defined the encrypt file functions. We defined encrypt file functions which encrypts the file data using the AES encryption with the CBC model, the salt initialization vector IV, and encrypted data are written to a new file and the original file are removed. So this is our step three. So this is our step one, and this is our step two, and this is our step three. So let's move to our next step. So before going down, finally let's create the main script that will use our encryption functions to encrypt a specific files. Okay. So now let's get started. Now step four. Let's create a main script. Right. Now let's hardcode the file, and the file path is the so what we did here is like we just hard coded the file. Just this is for the simple demo purpose. So this is the demo the doc files which we want to be the encrypted, so it's on the E directory. So let's go and check these files. Yes, so yeah, this is the demo file. So this is the demo file which we want our application to encrypt. We so as you can see, this is the demo file, and we want our application to encrypt this one. So let's now create some debugging. So print the file path to ensure it is correct. So print attempt to path print conditions if OS the path exists file path print file not found and else so, so file the file does not exist. So and waiting for file. So in this directory. So basically, what did here? Okay. So in this step 4, what we did here is like the main script attempts to encrypt all the file located at the this folder yeah, that is on the E drive that is demo.doc files. It first check if the file exists, and if it doesn't, it processes to encrypt the file using the encrypt file functions. If the file doesn't exist, then it provides the debugging information here. So let's go and save this file. Save as, okay, so we want to save this in here. Let's say simple dot py. Okay, our file is here, and we finished our simple encryption program, and let's try to run this. Okay, so we got some error, and let's try to clear this one, and let's try to run this again. As you can see, it's like saying attempted to encrypt file found and successfully encrypted. Let's go and check our file if it is successfully encrypted or not. Let's go and check the demo. So yeah, as you can see, now it's encrypted. We can't open it up. Let's try to open it with Notepad. As you can see, we can't open this up as like it's encrypted, and like we had already seen the demo, so it has that encrypted extension. So basically this our encryption file, simple encryption file, it worked. So in this part we have successfully set up our encryption program. We started by importing all the necessary modules, and then delivering the encryption key from the password. Then we define the functions to encrypt all the files and create a main script to test our encryption mechanism is properly configured and working or not. So in our next video, what we are going to do is we are going to create the similar decryption program, simple decryption program to decrypt our file. Then we will be creating a graphical user interface layout. Then we will be going adding all these advanced features on our project. Hello and welcome back to our next video. So in this video, we are going to create another program for decrypting our file, which was encrypted by our encryption program, which we did on our first video. So basically, in our first video, it encrypted our demo.doc file, Word document file, which was an E drive. As you can see, this is the encrypted file, and these are not encrypted file, which we created only one file. So we are going to create the applications program so to decrypt it. So first of all, let's create a new file. Let's name it like this. So before starting, let's begin by importing all the necessary modules required for our decryption program. This includes modules for file handling and cryptographic functions. Now let's start. OS and so So as we can see, we have imported all our necessary modules here. So OS is for handling the files, and AES for decryption, and then Unipad for removing the padding while decrypting the data. So, on our next step, we will need to derive a decryption key from a simple password. This key will be used to decrypt our files. So let's start. Derive decryption key from. So as we have completed this, so let's understand this one. So we have derived a decryption key from the password hello. The password is padded to ensure it is exactly the 32-bit long. Okay, so now in our next step, what we are going to do is we will define a function to decrypt a file using the derived decryption key. So now let's begin. So this will read the salt, and this will read the initialization of the vector. So it will create a new AES cipher. So now this will decrypt the data and remove the padding. And it will write the decrypted data to a new file. It will now remove the encrypted files. The message successful. And it's not. So, okay. So as we can see, this is our next step. So we have defined decrypt file functions here. We have defined a functions named decrypt file. So these functions will decrypt the file using AES decryption with the CBC model. It reads the salt initialization vector and encrypted data from the files and decrypt the data and write it into a new file with the original files extension here. So okay, and this is our third step. As we can see here, this is our first step on which we imported all the necessary modules, and here we have derived the key in the next step, and this is our third step on which we created the decryption file functions. Okay, now finally let's create the main script that will use our decryption function, that will create use our decryption function to decrypt a specific files. So let's start. Goes to main, and then the file. File, point. So at a file at path. So if OS path path file found path file, else then it files and it's else print this specified file does not exist. So print the path. So we have completed our code. So let me explain what this code does. So this is our fourth step. The main script attempts to decrypt a file located at the this direction at this path, that is e demo doc encrypted. So what it does is it will try to decrypt this in the e, and the file is this. It will try to decrypt this file. Okay. So it first checks if the file exists or not. What it does is it just check if the file exists or not. Then, and if it does, it will proceed to decrypt the file using the decrypt file function. Using the decrypt file function, if the file is there, then it will initialize this decrypt file functions there. So if the file does not exist, it provides the debugging information. So if the file doesn't, if the file is not there, if this demo the doc that encrypted file, if it is not there, so it will print the debugging information. So now let's save this file and let's try to run this. So as you can see here, so it says the successfully decrypted E on the file. So let's go and check if that works or not, if the file is actually decrypted or not. So let's go and find our demo. So as you can see here, it's successfully decrypted. So we can open this file and we can access. So we can see that our decryption program has worked. At first, this was our simple encryption program which encrypt this file, demo the doc file, and it encrypted it, and we created another one decryption file which decrypted this file. So at first what we did, we first imported all the necessary modules here, and then we derive the key from a simple password. Then we create a function to decrypt the file here, and at the very last we created the main script to execute this. So in this part, we have successfully set up our decryption program. We started by by importing all the necessary modules, and then deriving a decryption key from the password. Then we defined a function to decrypt the file and create the main script to test our decryption function. So this foundation allows us to proceed with the confidence, knowledge that our decryption mechanism is properly configured and functional. So in our next video, we will create the graphical user interface GUI layout for our ransomware program. Hello and welcome back to our video. So in this video, what we will be doing is we will be creating the graphical user interface for our ransomware program. Before that, let's have a quick recap. So in this our previous video, we created two main scripts, that is simple encryption and decryption. We implemented our logic and encrypted our file, and then after we again create another form of another script for our decryption program. So in this way we could have encrypted and decrypted our file. So now to make our file, our to make our ransomware, we need a graphical user interface. So now we will create a GUI layout for our applications, and then we will combine all this in simple encryption logic, a decryption logic, and GUI interface into the one, and we will be adding a lot more features there. So okay, before that, we have here image folder as we created this at the very beginning of our video. So now what we need to do is we need to add the images, all the required image assets there. For example, this is our wallpaper, and this will be executed when our ransomware attack encrypts our file. So, and this is the app icon, and this is for the thank you. So okay, let's copy this and let's bring this in our image directory, and we are ready to go. So as we can see here, this is our thank you.png file. This is our background wallpaper for our victim, and this is our app icon. So now let's create a new file for our GUI. Let's name that GUI.py. Okay, now all the codings for graphical user interface, we will do here. So before doing the coding, we will start by importing all the necessary modules required by building our applications here, GUI interface here. So it for handling the various functionalities, this includes the modules for graphical interface, file handling, and image processing. And we will be using Tkinter. We could have used PyQt, but it would be a lot more for this project. So we just want a simple interface. That's why we use Tkinter. So now let's begin. So and now we have completed the import libraries, all the necessary libraries here. And so we included the system, chicken therapy, OS, date and time, and which will help us to create the graphical user interface and handle all other functionalities. And as I told you earlier, we have used this ticket because it's a lot more flexible. It's not more flexible, but it's a lot more easier to do it rather than the PyQt5. So it's a little bit lightweight regarding to that as well. As so for our next step, we need to define a utility functions to get the resource path. So for this resource path in this graphical user interface, so for our interface, like we need to access this app icons and this wallpaper. So like for that we need to create that. So now let's start again. So we have completed this one, and this is our step 2. So the resource path functions is defined here, which construct the path for the resource files and which ensures that our applications can find and use the necessary resources like icons, images, and other wallpaper assets, regardless of the environment it's running on. So on our next step, that is step 3, we will define the main class for our decryptor app. This class will inherit from the Tkinter and will handle the main logics and UI components of our applications. So let's start. So in this step, so in our third step, what we did is we created the main class for our decryptor app. So this class will serve as a foundation for our building applications, user interface, and all the logics here. So now let's, before going to the next step, step 4, let us understand what we're going to create. Let's create a functions to initialize the user interface components. These functions will set up the layout, including the logo and the ransomware node text. So now let's begin. Let's continue with our step 4. So now we have successfully created the functions to initialize to initialize the user interface components. Now this layout is set up with a logo and ransom note display in the applications window. So in our next step, we will create and format the ransom note text that will be displayed in our applications. Now let's start. Which is for the ransom note. Now creating the text with the appropriate tags. So note label can insert and users are line and center right. So, so this is this to be center yellow. So now configuring the tags. Uh, Center red and we want to justify center and foreground red. Now for the ransom note label, we want center green, justify center and foreground green. And ransom note label tag configuration, we want center white, justify center and foreground white. Tag center yellow, justified center, foreground yellow. Now applying tags to specific lines. Tag and set center and one and tag and we want that center rate and want that at center green 4.0 and center and simple. So we have completed this one. Now let's now let me explain this code to you. So, so now this ransom note text is created. So this ransom note text is created and formatted with the different colors for emphasization. So for we can see here we have created a text widget for the ransom nodes, and then we have created the text with the appropriate tags with the respective color, and we have configured that tags. And then what we did is we applied the tag to a specific line. So this text informs users about the encryption and provide the instructions for the decryptions. So in our next step, now we will create a functions to set up the frames where the user can input the decryption keys. So let's start. Step 6, creating functions for setting up the frames for the decryption key input. So now we have created the functions here. So in our step 6, this functions is to set up the frame for the decryption key input is successfully created. Users can now input the decryption keys in the provided text field. Okay, so for our next step, we will create a functions to set up a log frame that will display log message and banners. So we will be creating this log section on which all the decryptions or all the encryptions process will be shown there. So now let's get started. Banner on top of log. So this will be the banner. School bar for the list box. So now we have created the setup log functions. So these functions at the step 7, we have set up the log frame with a banner. This frame will display a log message to keep users informed about the application's activities. So as you can see here, banner text, this is the welcome banner or at the top of our um, uh, log section, for example, it will be like this. So the banner goes here and all the logs will here. So in our next step, we needed to create a functions to set up the frame that will display the decryption process. So For that, let's create the functions. Setting up the frame for decryption process. So, okay, we have completed our function. Step 8. So, the decryptor progress frame is successfully set up here. So, it includes the progress bar and the label to show the decryption progress in the percentage. So, now let's begin with our final step. Now, we will run the main application to bring everything together and launch the GUI. So, let's begin for that. Step 1, running the program. So, at here, the main application will run and the graphical user interface will successfully launch. User can interact with applications to input the decryption keys and the views the decrypting process. So let's go here. This is our first step. The first step, we initialized all the we imported all the necessary modules. In the second, we defined the resource function path. And in third, we created the main class for the decryption app. And in the fourth, we created the function to initialize the user interface components. And in step 5, we created the ransom nodes, which is displayed at the very front. And then what we did at step 6, we create the function for setting up the frame for the decryption key input. Step 7, we created the function for the login message with the banners. And at the step 8, we created the function to set up the frame for the decryption process. And at the very last, step 9, we pack them and we make them to run it. Now let's save this code and let's try to run this. And let's see. So we are having some problem here. It says logo to okay, so we don't have logo here. Let's see. This is our logo and let's paste this here and let's try to okay, so we can see logo here. Let's try to clear this window. Let's load and let's try to run it again. Okay, so now as you can see, we can successfully see our graphical user interface for our ransomware. So as you can see here, this is the banner. The this is the information. So this is our ransomware interface. This is our logo. This is our place where we can put our input and provide our keys. And this is our banner, like we mentioned here. So this is what we did here. This is the banner text and banner at the top log. This was our banner and this is our decryption and this is our decryption progress bar, like which we set up here. And this is our ransom node, which is this. This is our ransom node. So, and all the color encoding, all the colors, this is here. So basically, what we did is we successfully created the layout of our entire ransomware. So this is not working at the current time because this is just the layout. All the core functions are not embedded here. So what we did till now is we created the simple encryption program, we created the simple decryption program, and we created our layout of our ransomware. So what we are going to do in our next step is, in our next video, we will be combining all this in a simple script, and we will be adding lot more robust functionalities and error handling, all this stuff, and we will be creating a complete ransomware. Hello and welcome everyone. So this is the part 10, the final part. So finally we will implement the main execution logic of our script. So this part takes for the machine ID and determines whether the process with encryption or the decryption. So now we will check if the machine ID file exists to determine whether to start the encryption or the decryption process. So first of all, let's start with our code. So we have completed our code. So now I will explain this. So this part of code checks if the machine ID file exists or not. If it exists, it loads. Okay, so and in this part, if the machine ID exists, it will skip the encryption and load the decryption GUI. So for an example, like if the file has been, if the system has been already compromised, or if the system has been already encrypted, and it opens up the, so it opens up the prompt, graphic GUI for accessing the password. So by accidentally, if it's closed, and if it again reopens, that it will start the decryption. Sorry, it will start the encryption process again. So which we don't want that. So to prevent that, what we did is we just use the machine ID. If there is machine ID still there, so that means that file is not decrypted. That means, like, if the machine ID is there, that means the file is still infected. If there is no machine ID, that means the file or the entire program needs to start with the encryption, then it create the machine ID, and then it will open up the GUI interface for accessing the ransom. So that means if the machine ID files is not loaded, or if machine ID file is not found in the computer, or any of the systems, any of the drive above here, then it will start the encryption process. Then only it will start the decryption graphical user interface prompt. If there is already a machine ID, so it will just open up the graphical user interface prompt. So in this line of code, it checks if it doesn't exist, then it processes with the encryption process. So what it does, it creates an instance of encryption tool. So it creates an instance of an encryption tool, tools like drive to encrypt, file extension to target, password, dashboard, and it calls the execute method on the encryption tool, on the this one encryption tool, and the object which starts the encryption process. After encryption, it creates an instance of decryptor app, then the decryptor GUI, then it in that starts the GUI event loop. with the main loop. So in summary, in summary, so machine ID is checked. The script checks if it's being run directly or not. So it's the main check, and it's load the machine ID. And if the ID exists, if the machine ID is found, it skips the encryption and launches the decryption GUI. So if it doesn't found the machine ID, so it performs the encryption process and then launches the decryption GUI. So in this main, so yeah, in this main exec, so in this main execution section, we check for the machine ID to decide whether to start the encryption or the decryption process. This ensures that the script performs the correct action based on the system state. So with this final step, our script is ready to handle the both encryption and decryption tasks efficiently. So let's save this file and let's run this and let's check it. Okay, now first of all, let's see our drivers. So this is our drives E and F. As we can see here, we can read all these files. So it's readable. So let's open this one under profit and loss. So yeah, it's readable. And yeah, so it's readable. So we can read this. And let's again go with our another file. So let's delete this D data. We don't want this right now because it will automatically create because this was created previously. So let's delete this. And yeah, let's go back and go to the okay. So let's office. Let's check one of the file. So yeah, we can easily see these files, right? Now, as we have completed all our code, now let's run this code. Let's save this file and let's run this. As you can see, as you can see side by side, our file has been encrypted, and you can see the dialog box. You can see our terminal, and it is our time, and this is our log piece, and this is our ransom nodes. So this, let's try to input something for here, for example, this. And so it says it's invalid, which we have implemented this. And let's try to close this one. So it's asking for the password. Let's try to click this one. Okay, this one is not. So as we can see here, so we can't access this one. So as we can see, it has created the D data folder and it has created the three dummy directories, right? So let's go and say there. So it's starting to delete this dummy directory. So after it went to another directory in this file, in this dummy directory, it's searching for it, it's starting to delete. So it's deleting each and every time. So after this completely finished, so it will start to delete other files. So in order to stop this, we need to enter the keys. So let's try to enter some random stuff. It's like no, it's incorrect. So as we had already know what is our stop key, that what is our stop sequence, so stop password, it is stop. So let's try. So as you can see, when we enter the password, it stopped deleting the process. It says okay, deletion process stopped by secondary termination key. As we already used the secondary termination key as a global constant here, and stop the stop, and it stop signal received, so it ends the deleting process. So let's go back here and let's see where is that deleting global constant. So as we can see here, so this is our termination key. So we enter this and it stop. Let's try to change this one. Let's try, instead of stop, let's make it Okay, let's make it crash. Okay, so let's save it again. But first we need to execute this one. Then only we will do it again. Okay. So okay, first okay, let's try to close this one. When we try to close this one, we need to enter the termination key. So first of all, let's not close right now. Let's go and check, try to open our files, whether it is encrypted or not. So let's try to open this one. Let's try to open with, okay, let's try to open with Notepad. As you can see, we can't able to read this. We are not able to read it. And let's go E as we have so as we had already said, like we will create the encryption key locally here. So we will create the encryption key. So this is the encryption key, and this is the encryption key. This is the key. This is the password which we use to decrypt our files, and this is our machine ID key. So it says, as you can see here. So let's open this up and try to decrypt it. Try to decrypt our files. Let's put our password here and let's try to decrypt our files. So it's starting to scan. So this is our progress bar. It's working, and you can see at the side by side, our files are decrypted. So this is our countdown, which we did previously. And after this, we can see we have the encryption key, we have the readme text, but we don't have the machine ID text because after successfully decrypting our files, what it does, it deletes all the machine IDs. So let's try to open this up. So we can see this, we can read this. Let's try to open this bill statements. And yeah, we can see this one. So basically it works, right? So what happens if we try to run it again? Let's try and run it again. So it is running. Okay, so all our files are encrypted. So let's try to close this again. As we know, the password is bingo for our primary. Let's close. It's closed. So what happened? So let's run. Let's wait for a few moments. Okay, now let's run it again. Let's see if it continues with the time or not. So you can see whether if we close this application, whether we close this ransomware, the time is still there. The time is still running up. So let's check if our secondary termination key, which we changed previously, which we changed into this crash, works or not. So let's try to enter the key and write crash. So it works. So that means this is working perfectly fine. So we received the stop signal. So our deleting process has been stopped. And let's check in our data. So two of our files has been deleted. So it is very hard to encrypt. It is very hard to decrypt these files without getting these keys. So no one can decrypt this file without this primary key. So let's try to decrypt it again. So this is our encryption key. And let's copy this key and let's decrypt our file. As you can see, our all files are back to normal and the application is closing. So there you go. We have created the fully functional ransomware, applications. So now what we are going to do is we are going to create a command and control center. For now, till now, what we did is we just stored our key manually to the local host. So that is not a good practice, because if it the key encryption key is stored inside or to the victim computers, so they can easily access it, right? So we don't want that. So what we are going to do is we are going to create the local server, remote control server, command and control, on which all our files will be stored. Our machine ID will be stored, and all our data, like a time of the encryption and the status, they all will be stored. So in our next video, we will be starting with building the web application command and control center. Okay, so now a quick recap what we did till now. So this is our graphical user interface layout, and we did the simple encryption, and we did a simple decryption. So till now we have done this. So now we will start with creating our main file, and we will be combining all these encryptions in one encryption decryptor in one. So first of all, let's create a new file, and let's name that rans. Okay. So now we will be creating our main files here. We will be implementing all our logics here. We will be creating all our functions here. So now, before that, in this part, we will initialize and set up our environment. This involves importing necessary libraries, defining utility functions, and configuring global constants and logging setup. These steps are essential to ensure that our script runs smoothly and can handle all encryption and decryption style effectively. Okay, so let's start. Part 1, initialize and setup. S- And then pad, we will embed pad and pad, and then we will be putting ID and date time. So here we have imported all the necessaries libraries for handling. We imported the system on OS request for waves and date and time, and we imported UUID for creating our unique machine IDs, and we use Tinkertailor, and we use PL for importing images, and we use JSON, as well as like to get all this. For example, if you don't have this one, so what you can do is you can simply type the command pip and install, and you can type any of the modules. So for example, it's like request. So you can type like that. So yeah, as I have already this one. So before trying to execute this program, or before trying to do this, just go here and go to your command prompt usually, and just type here if any of the libraries are not imported. So please install that. So before importing, you need to install that libraries, and the command for that is pip install. So now moving forward. So we will start by defining a utility functions that get the resources path. This helps in locating files and ensuring that our script can access all the necessary sources. So, so now here
what we did is, so here what we did is in this step, we defined a resource path. So we defined the functions, utility functions to get the resource path. These functions will be useful throughout all our script for accessing various resources. Okay, so now before we create a functions to ensure that the time directory exists, this directory is used to store state information for our timer. Now let's start. Ensure time directory exists. So now in these functions, the time directory check is now in place. This ensures that our time related files have been properly located. So now in our next step, we will also define a function to load the machine IDs from a predefined locations. So this ID is very important for tracking and managing the encrypting processes. So now let's start. By the DEABC. So we are defining this drive and we are defining the OS path. Now we are defining global constants. It's for termination key. Is So now here you can see, so we have defined the functions to load the machine ID, and what it does is it will try and search the machine ID, try to load the machine IDs from these drives, and the machine ID is in the form of text. That is, it is a machine ID that takes. So whenever the machine ID is loaded, and it will provide the machine ID loaded from. So it's the machine ID path and the machine ID. So it will show that. And at here we have defined the global constant. That is like this is the termination key for our primary key. That is we have defined that as a bingo. And the secondary termination key is used. The secondary termination key is used when we try to stop the deleting process when our time. So for now let me show you this GUI and let's run this. So here it goes. Explain here. So this primary termination key, this key is defined, is used when we try to close these applications. For now, if we try to close it, it will close because we haven't defined this, we haven't implemented this. But when after our program has been successfully done, so when we try to close this one, it will ask you the key, password to close the application, and that one is this. And this is a secondary termination key. Secondary termination key is when your time becomes zero here and you don't have much more time left and it becomes zeros and it start to delete, and all the deleting process will show here, the log will show here. So to stop that, it will promote window. So it will ask you if you want to stop it, then you have to provide the key. That is secondary termination key, and that password is the stop. And this one is the icon and the logos. So in our next step, we'll ensure that a time directory exists at the start. So let's start. Start to time configuration. Let's try and talk and the password will be for this moment, max September test delivery 5. So explain you this code. Okay, so what we did here is we ensured that the time directory exists when we load our application, or sorry, when the encryption process has been done and the file loads the decryption process. So what it will do is it will first ensure that if the time directory exists or not. The time directory, this is the folder inside it. It will create the time stakes as I showed you here. You can see this one, time status. So in this status all the times are stored, the lifetimes are stored. For example, if it's 5 minutes, for here, as you can see, the delay time is like 5 minutes, right? It's like it's when it is 5 minutes, and it will record all the time here, and it will start countdown, and every time the count time is counting down, it will store here. So at here, we have defined a drive. So we are defining to encrypt E and F here, and you can go there and you can make it or the drives as well as. So for now, we just simply made it E and F drive. We want our program to encrypt these files, these directories, and E and F directory. We want to encrypt our files on this both directory. Okay, so and the next one is the extension. Extension to encrypt the files. You can add another extension as well as I have just added few of this extension. You can add as much as extensions you want, or other extensions like MP4 or WAV files or anything else. And so this is the password provided. It is not the password for decryption, but it is the salt which our encryption used this password for making the strong encryptions. So, and this is the dashboard URL. So, as we told earlier, our main key will be sent to a remote server, and the remote server location will be held here. The URL, that specific locations where on which the key will be sent will be added here. As for now, we haven't created that, so we just added this localhost for just now. So in near future we will download XAMPP and we will create our PHP applications, and at that time we will be putting this that URL on which that the key will be sent. And this is the max attempt. It's like 10 attempts, and is the time delay is 5 minutes. So now we will configure the logging to capture the detailed information about the script execution. This helps in debugging and monitoring the encryption and decryption process. Now let's start it. As we have finished, so now logging is now configured. This will allow us to track the script activities and troubleshoot any issues. So for example, so when our files are encrypted, And when our program executed, it will create a log. It will create an encryption log text. So at there we can see all the files, all the attempts, and all the mirrors, all the issues. Like if there is any issues, we can see there. If there is all the encryptions happened, we can see at that logs. And if the decryption process, we can see there. So basically what we did is we created the log text so we can see all this debugging and all. So we have completed our first part. So let's see what we have done here. So at our first section, first part, we imported all our necessary libraries. That is system request, JSON, and UI ID for unique machine IDs, ticketers, and we set up the utilities functions the resource parts, and we ensure the time directory exists, and we set up functions to load the machine IDs, and we define the global constants, and we ensure the time directory exists, and we set up the login form, and we just define the directories, drivers, extensions, and so yeah, in the first part of our script, we successfully set up our environment. We defined utility functions, ensure the necessary directory exists, and all the machine loads, the machine IDs. Additionally, we have configured the global constants, set up detailed login. This foundation allows us to proceed with the confident knowledge that our environment is properly configured in our first part. Hello and welcome back everyone. This is the part 2. In this section, we will define the encryption tool class. This class will handle the core functionality of our encryption process, including key generation and initialization. So we begin by defining the encryption tool classes and its initializer. This set up the necessary parameters such as um, drives to encrypt, files, extensions, and the password. So let's begin. Key generation. So step 6. Encryption was- So, okay, so we have completed our function. So this encryption tool class is initialized with parameters for encryption. This setup is essential, very important for our encryption tasks. So we have defined a class, and the class is encryption tool. So it is very important for our further process. So in the next step, we will create a functions to generate the encryption key. It is very crucial part of the encryption tool class functions. These functions use PPKDF2 to generate a secure encryption key from the provided password, and the password is this one, as we already told you. This will use as a salt. This is this will this our encryption will use the provided password as a salt and embed that and create a very strong password. So now let's begin it. Functions to generate the Okay, so now let me explain this. Okay, so
we have created a functions to generate the encryption keys, right? So this sort it generates a random 16-bit sort, and the key it is derived. We derives a 32-byte key using the PBKDF2 with the password, salt, and the iterations. So So our logging this will show a log success message indicating that the key has successfully generated, and then this is another log and error message if the key generation fails, including the exceptional messages. So we have successfully defined the encryption tool classes, which will manage our encryption progress, the class initializer, setup important parameters, and generate the key functions, and create a secure encryption key using the BBK DF2. So this key is fundamental for our encryption and decryption file. So this is our part 2, and in our next part, we will talk about the file encryption functions. Hello and welcome back everyone. This is the part 3. Now, in this video, we will implement the functions within the encryption tool class to handle the file encryption. These functions will manage the tasks such as setting the wallpaper, creating important files, and encrypting files in the specified directories. Now, we will begin with creating the functions to set up the wallpaper. So, this function changes the desktop wallpaper to a specified image. So, it's a substyle way to notify the users about the encryption status. So let's start with our step. Step 8 functions to set the wallpaper. So we have created this function. So this is the part 3 and we are on the step 8. So the wallpaper is now set by our function. This provides a visual cue that the users about the encryption status. So now we will be creating another functions to create the important files. So here we define a functions to create important files in specified directories. So this directory simulates sensitive data that will be encrypted. So that means like we will be creating some dummies data here. So now let's get started. So one zero zero direct. So, okay, we have created the functions to create the important file here. So this is our function. So this all the importance files are created successfully in these functions. So as we can see, we have created this dummy of files that is annual report and the financials, So these are the dummy data which have been created here, and as well as we have created this dummy folder as I told you earlier uh, in our drive. So let me bring the drive here. So as our as we can see, this data will be created in every drive, and inside that there are this report, annual reports, financial data, and employee contacts. So it's like it will create this dummy data first of all. So when it encrypts the file, it will create this folder with this data, because when our files start to delete, then it will first delete these files, because we don't want the user's data to be deleted at the very first. So in order to prevent that, we will first delete our this dummy data. Then after finishing this dummy data, then only our file will go to the next directory and file the next files, and it will start to delete the files. So now we are going to create another function, and that function is to encrypt a single file. The encrypt file function handles the encryption of individual files, and it uses AES encryptions and ensuring the data security. So let's start. Function is to encrypt a single file. So we have created our function to encrypt a single file here. So okay. So at this part, we have created the encrypt file, single file functions. So now what it does is it generates a random 16-bit initialized vector, and then after it creates a cipher, create a new AES cipher object in CBC model using the key and the IV. So then after it reads it reads the content of the file, and then it opens a new file to write the encrypted data. So appending that encrypted extension. So usually what it does is like it encrypts the file and it adds that encrypted extension at the end, so that we could know that the files have been encrypted. And what this OS remove file part does is it removes the original files to keep only the encrypted version. So what it does is it encrypts the file with that encrypted extension, and this part it will remove the original files so that only the encrypted files will remain. So now we will create another functions and to encrypt all the files in the directory, as we have for now we have done this for the single files, but now we will do create a functions to encrypt all the files in the directory. So basically these functions scan a directory for the file with a specified extension. That extension is that encrypted extension, and ensure the comprehensive data protection. Okay, so now let's start with our coding part. All the files. So the directory encryption function is completed. It ensures all the specified files in the directory are encrypted. So 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 what this code do is it will work through the directory trees, and then this if recycle the bin in the root. So what this does is it will skip the recycle bin directory. So we don't want to um, encrypt the recycle bin data, because like it might cause a lot of issues for us. So for now, like we will skip this one, and so this is a loop through each file in the current directory, and this checks if the file has one or more specified extension, and then this one is to get the full path of the file, and then this one is to encrypt the file. So what does this log info does is it log a message indicating that all the files in the directory were encrypted successfully. So this will log an error message if something goes wrong. So this directory encryption is complete. So now we can see we have implemented several key functions within the encryption tool classes. So what we did is we created functions to set the wallpapers here, and we created the functions to create the important files like the annual reports and this dummy data file, and we created the directory folder for them, and then we created another functions to encrypt the single files, and we created another functions to encrypt all files in the directories. So this is our part, and in our next session we will talk about user manual creations and key management. Hello and welcome everyone to our part 4, user manual creation and key management section. So in this part we will add the method to create a user manual and manage the encryption key. This includes sending the key to the admin dashboard, but we will add that later on. First of all, we will do this by saving it manually. And when after we create our command and control center in PHP, then we will add that later on to this. And then we will be creating some essential documentations for the users. Okay, so now we will create a functions to create a user manual. So this function generate a user manual with the instruction on how to decrypt files. It includes important files, information such as machine IDs and the contact details. So let's get started. So we have created functions to create the user manual here. So we can see we have created the functions to create the user manual, and these are the user manual. So it is the information you can write anything here. So what it does, it takes the date and time, and it also takes the machine IDs and input here. And so it creates the user manual named README for decryption the text in the in that in that encrypted directories. So if our process successfully executes, then it will says the user manual created successfully. If not, then it will give the message of failed to create the user manual. So now in our next step, what we are going to do is we are going to create a function to save the encrypted file locally. And later on, we will add a next function here after we completely created our command and control center to send that key remotely to our server. So for now, as we haven't created the command and control center right now, so we will first start by doing the saving the machine ID locally. Then after we will improvise it. Okay, so let's get started. So we have created a function to save the encrypted file encryption key locally. So what we did is we hard coded the directory path to create the encryption key text. So when we for our this part, this section, so when we execute our encryption, it will save the encryption key, the text file in our A directory. So it will save that in here. For example, you can see this is the encryption key and it shows like this. As you can see, it is followed by machine ID, which is machine ID, and this is the machine ID, and the encryption key, and this is the encryption key. So as you can see, this will save in the form of encryption key that text in the E directory. For now, you can change any directory here, E, F, or any directory here. You can change that. This is to save the local. So this is to save locally. So we don't want to save this locally, but we will change this and we will send our key to the remote desktop in the near future. So this is our functions to save our machine ID keys locally. So in our next part, we will create a functions to save the machine ID. So the machine ID is very crucial for tracking the encryption process. This function save the machine ID to the predefined location. So let's get started. So now, as we have created a function to set the machine ID. So machine ID is very important in our whole part because create when the file encrypts, it create the unique machine ID. So which is used to identify our machine. So for example, when our ransomware encrypts some computers, so it will encrypt all the files and it will create a random machine IDs so that we could know the which machine ID related to which computers and which key is related to that computer. So machine ID help us to identify that. So it will save the machine ID in the directory in the name of machine ID.txt. It will save in the txt form. For example, I can show you here in this E drive. Yeah. So as you can see, the machine ID.txt, and you can see here the machine ID. So, so this will create that. So now we will create a next function to process a drive. So these functions orchestrate the creation of important files, encryptions, and manual creations for each drive. So let's start. Drive, etc. So now, as we have completed our function to process drive, so this drive process function handles the file creation, encryption, and manual generations. Okay. So now we will create a next functions which execute the encryption process. So the executing method runs the entire encryption process and it ensures all the steps are completed and necessary files are encrypted. So now let's begin. So we have completed our functions to execute the encryption process. So as you can see here, it logs the encryption key set locally. If all the process is completed, then it displays the message saying the key has been saved locally. So the encryption process is executed and all the files are encrypted and the necessary documents is created. So we have successfully added methods for the user manual creation and key management. These methods are used ensure that the users have the necessary documentation and access to the encryption keys. By processing drivers and executing the encryption process, we have covered all the aspects of encrypting and securing the sensitive data. So, this is for today, and for the next part, we will be focusing on dialogue classes for the user interaction in the next section, that is part 5. Hello and welcome everyone. This is the next section, part 5. So, in this section, we will focus on dialog classes for the user interaction. So, to enhance our user interaction, we will define several dialog classes. These classes handles user input and the notifications such as entering the termination keys and displaying countdown timers. So, now we will define a termination key dialog classes for the user interactions. So this class creates a dialog for the user to enter a termination key which can stop the encryption process. So let's start. So we have created classes. We have created a class to terminate the key dialogs. So what we did here is we created a class so that when the users want to terminate the program, so it will ask this termination dialog. The termination dialog box will appear so that the user can delete it. So user can close that one. So basically, it allows the users to enter the termination key to stop that particular process. So now we'll create a next function to define the custom secondary termination dialog key for the user interactions. And so this class is used for entering a secondary termination key, providing an additional layer of security. So when the deleting process starts, so we use the secondary key to stop that deleting process. So we will be creating this one. So let's continue with our part. So the custom secondary termination dialog class is set up now. It adds an extra layer of security with the system. So now let's continue with our next functions, and we will be create the body to set up the dialog user interface. Okay, so let's do that. So here our dialog UI is set up. So it ensures that the user-friendly interactions for when we enter the key. So next, what we are going to do is we are going to center the dialog window. So uh, like when the dialog box will appear, it might appear anywhere. So we want that dialog box to appear at the very center. So now let's continue it. So now let's continue with the next step. That is step 21. And we will define the countdown dialogues class for countdown interaction. So let's continue this one. So we have created this one. So the countdown dialog box class is implemented. It provides the visual feedback on the countdown timer. So let's continue with our next step for the countdown dialog UI. So we have defined the countdown timer QI. So after these, after the application, after the certain time has been finished, then it will pop up this countdown timer. So it says like the application will close in. So after we come, after our whole decryption is completed, then it will pop up a dialog box and which says like after a certain amount of time, after 10 seconds of time, our windows will be closed. So that is this one. So now we will move to our next step and we will update this counter timer. Okay, so we'll define the functions to update this timer. So let's continue it. So now like we don't want to our countdown timer to be appear randomly anyway. So now we will create a function to center the countdown dialog. So we want that to be at the very center, at like the very center here, not anywhere here or not anywhere here, but we specifically want that to be here at the center. Okay, so now let's start by creating that. So we have created this one. So now in our next step, we will define the deletion countdown dialog class for deleting the countdown interaction. So this class displays a countdown timer for the deleting process, allowing user to stop the deleting process. Okay, so now let's continue with our next step. So, uh, after the deletion countdown dialog class has been defined, it provides a countdown for the deleting process. So, in our next step, we will be defining function to set up the deletion countdown dialog UI. So, let's get started with that. So, as you can see, we have completed this one, and in the step 26, we have set up the deletion countdown dialog UI, so which is very responsive and which is very good looking. So on the other hand, we define a try on closing functions. So whenever we try to close this dialog, so it will say it can't close directly because like we don't want that to be closed directly. If we can close that directly, so it is not good because we don't want our ransomware to be closed. So, okay. So in our next step, we will be creating a function to handle submission on the secondary termination key. So it's like this function handles the submission of the secondary termination key. So it is to stop the deleting process when the now when the counter time went to the zero, right? Then it will start to delete the process. But to stop this one, we need the secondary termination key. So now let's begin. So we have completed it. So we have created a function to handle the submission of the secondary termination key. We have completed our part 5. So now let's do the recap what we have done till now. So to begin with, first of all, we created a class to define the termination key dialog. Then after we did on step 18, we defined a custom secondary termination key dialog class. Then we defined the setup user dialog user interface. Then we centered that dialog into the center of the window. Then we create another class to define the countdown dialog class for the countdown interaction. Then we again created another function to set up the countdown dialog user interface. Then we did create update counter function to update the timer. Then again we did was we wanted to make it in the center, so we center the countdown dialog windows. Then again at the 25th step we define another class for deletion countdown interaction. And then we moved on and we set up the deletion countdown dialog user interface again. And then we created a function to handle the submission of the secondary termination key, so that whenever the secondary termination key is entered, that this function will handle it. Okay, so overall, we have defined several direct classes for the user interaction. These classes handle the termination keys, countdown timer, and the deletion process, ensuring that user can interact with the application effectively and stop the process if necessary. So this is the end of our session. Now, in our next part, that is part 6, we will create the functions to decrypt our app classes and initializations. So welcome everyone. So this is the part 6, and in this part we will set up the main decryptor app class, which provide a graphical user interface for our decryption process. This class will handle the user interaction, logging, managing, and the decryption process. So before that, we will start by defining the main decryptor app class, which initialize the graphical user interface and handles the decryption process. So now let's begin with our class. So, okay, we have created our first class, which is decryptor app class. So the decryptor app class is set up so it initialize the GUI, graphical user interface, and prepare to handle the decryptor process. So at here, what we did is, so we created this if it will load the machine ID keys. So whenever our decryptor app or our decryptor process initialize, it will first try to load the machine ID key. The machine ID key, which is here. So the each and every time when the so as you can see here, this is the machine ID text. So each and every time when the encryptor process it encrypts the file and it creates that machine ID. So after completing the machine ID creation, user manual creation, encrypting files, and sending the files, sending the keys to the local remote server or saving that you locally, after successfully executing the encryption process, so what it does, it creates this. So it creates this local machine ID. So after that, our decryptor application will execute. So it will first check if it will first check the log for the machine ID and it will load the machine ID. If the machine ID is there and it is loaded successfully, the applications will go to the next step. And if the machine ID is not loaded, then the application will exit. So it won't run. So, and this part, the trading part, is for checking the remote stop signal. So what we need to do is, so after we sending the keys to the remote server, so our remote server has features that to kill the deleting process. So when if there is time when the time is up and your file is starting to delete, then we can stop that in two ways. Either we need to provide the secondary key or we need to do that remotely by the admin. So what this does is this line of code start the thread. Whenever the program runs, it start the thread in the background and it continuously check for the remote signal. If the remote signal, the stop signal is received, then it will stop the deleting process. Otherwise, it will continuously to delete it. Okay, so now in our next step, we will create a function to check the remote stop signal remotely. So, like for now, we will create a functions to that will check the remote stop signals in the background. So, for this one, we will be doing uh, like we will be writing some dummy URLs because like we haven't created the command and control center. So we will be just writing some random URLs. So later on, after we created our command and control center, we can convert that. We can come here and we can change that because we need that specific address to receive the kill signals. So now let's continue. Okay, so we have created a functions to check the remote stop signal. So as you can see here, this is the URL. Later on, we will change this with our actual URL. And so how does this work is this takes this URL and it embeds with the machine ID. So the machine ID we are using machine ID here. We are using machine ID to load our decryptor application. So machine ID is very important here. So what it does it takes the as I told you earlier, it takes the stop signal at the bank by creating the trading. So it will continuously check it. So at here you can change the timeouts like how many like for example if you want to take this continuously for 5 times 10 times 20 times at here the timeout is after the 10 times. So you can see here you can raise it, you can make it 100 or even like that. So it's up to you, total up to you. So now we have created this. Now let's go and so this is the function we created. Now let's go and to move and create next functions to stop the deleting process remotely. So this function stops the deleting process if a remote stop signal is received. Right now, let's continue with this. So here we have completed these functions to stop the deleting process remotely. So when our stop signal is received and the deleting process will stop, it will prompt a message in our log saying that deleting process has been stopped by remote command and it will be on the blue column. So in our next step, we will create a functions to initialize the UI like we already did that here in our graphical user interface, the layout, so that we will be doing that again. But like as I told you earlier, this was just a demo. This was just the layout of our ransomware. How does it looks? For example, let's see it again. So it was just the layout. So it looks like this. So now it doesn't work anything. It doesn't show anything or it won't work. So now we will make it functional. I told you earlier. Now at here, we will be doing that. So now let's start. you can directly copy this from our GUI that we did previously, but in case I'm just typing this again. So if you like, you can just copy that and paste it. So now we have completed our functions to initialize the UI. So basically, this function, this all this code, we have already done this here in the GUI. As you can see here, this is the same. It's the ransom node, and it's the creating text widget, and it's creating the text. So like what you could have done is like you could have copied this code and paste this. But like what I did is I just put it here, and I just combine these three codes, these codes. I combine these codes and I just add it in one so that it will make a lot more easier for us to understand. So instead of directly copying this directly from here, because we have these other classes as well as, so directly copying from this here, to here, you can just copy this from here to here, but um, we need to change more things, so it's better to follow up this. So this is it for our part. So what we did is this decryptor app classes is now set up with the very user-friendly user interactions and functions to handle the decryption process. So it also includes a mechanism to check for the response to the remote stop signal and ensure that the process can be halted if necessary. So okay, let's go and give you a case. Let's have a quick recap. So what we did in our part 6 for our decryptor class, we set up the main class decryptor, and then what we did, we create a function to check for the remote stop signal. And here what we did is we create another function to check for the stop deleting process remotely. And then again what we did is we initialized a function for the UI, and this is the ransom node. As you can see, we have already done this. So these are all their styles like on reach center, what wide, and which takes. So here, as you can see, these are all the text, and these are the labels on which we want to make for this like proof of concept of ransom simulation. We want to make that at the center, at the top, and likewise, these are the styles. And hello and welcome everyone. So in this chapter, that is part 8, decryptor app methods. So we will define the essential methods with the decryptor app classes. So this method will handle logging user interactions and updating the user interface during the decryption process. So now let's start by creating a function to stop the deleting process. Well, this function stops the deletion process, ensuring that no more files are deleted. So now let's begin. So like we have created a function to stop deleting process. So as you can see here, when the deleting process is stopped and it log message by saying the deleting process has been stopped by secondary termination key. As there are two ways to stop the deleting process. That is the remote one. That is remote one, which is done by the checking the remote signal, as we have here like function to deleting process for the stop process, right? And it takes the remote stop signal, as we can see here. So in this method, like when that signal are is received, that can execute that one. But this one is for secondary termination key. It's like when the time reaches to zero and the dialog box appears, and it asks you for the secondary input key. So this is it. So now let's move with our next functions to check the secondary termination key. So as you can see at our step, we have created a function to check the secondary termination key. So what it does is it asks for the secondary termination key, and if we input some data, then it will check for let's see if the response equals to secondary termination key. So this line of code checks if the response, if the given input response is the correct value for secondary termination key. So where is this? So at the very first, when we define the global constant, so here we have already predefined those values for our secondary termination key and the primary termination key. So here it is. So as you can see here, in the global constant, we have already defined the secondary primary termination key, that is termination key and the secondary termination key. And the secondary termination key password is stop. So what it does is, if the response, if the input, it checks if the input is equals to the value of that secondary termination keys, if that variable is that or not, if that value is that or not. If that value is the same, then okay, that will stop the termination key, that will stop the deleting process. If that is not, then it will continues and it will say the message the incorrect secondary termination key. Okay, so now let's move to our next function, and that function is to create a log message. Now let's begin. So okay, in this function for the log message, so messages are locked with the timestamp. As you can see here, it waits the time and it displays with the time. So it when the live decryption is going on, or when you got the live error, so what it does, it gives you the live feedback, it gives you the live log with the timestamp. So now moving forward, we will create a functions to update the log list box. So these functions update the log list box with a new message, ensuring that the user can see the real time feedbacks. So now let's continue with our function. So in this function, uh, to update the log list box, so the users can see the real-time update in the real time. For example, if the users inputted the decryption key and the decryption started, then the log will show us the real-time decryption process here. So likewise, we will move to the next function, that is to set up the keyframe. Well, we will set up the keyframe for the users to enter the decryption key and start the decryption process here. So now let's start. Now, as you can see, the keyframe is set up. So the users can enter the decryption key. Yeah. And so the users can enter the decryption key and they can start the decryption. So now moving on to our next step, we will set up the log frame. So the log frame will display the log of applications activities like for keeping the users informed, like what they've done. For example, it's like all the activities as which are being displayed in that log. So move forward. So as you can see, we have set up the log frame. So you can see, so this is to keep the users updated, and this is the banner, the hacker mode, and like, and this is for the score bar. So like, let me show you. Okay, let's go back to our GUI and let's run this. As you can see, the banner. This is the log. Go there. So as you can see, this is the log frame and this is the banner text. As you can see, welcome to the crypto log. So this is the log frame and here it is the scroll bar. So this is the log frame. This is the log frame. So all the information, all the updates will be here, will be displayed here. So this is the log frame. So now moving forward, we will continuously developing the new frame that is for progress frame. So now what we are going to do is we are going to develop the progress frame. So let's continue with our. So as you can see, we have completed the function for set up the progress frame. You can see here. So what it does is it just shows you the progress bar at the very end. Let me show you. As this is our GUI. So what? So this is the progress bar. So this is the progress bar, which is going to be updated. Like when a certain progress is done here, certain activities are done here. For example, when the files are decrypted, so it will show you the live progress here, progress percentage here. So what we just did, we just created the progress frame for this. So we created this. So okay, so this is for our part. So let's see what we have done till now in part 7. So first of all, we created a function to stop the deleting process. Then after we created another function to check the secondary termination key. And again, we created another function for the log message. And then again, we created another function to update the log list box. Then again, we created another function to set up the keyframes. Then again, we created another function to set up the log frame. And then again, we created another function to set up the progress frame. So decryptor app class now include essential methods for logging, handling the decryption process, and operating the user interface. This method ensures that the user is informed of the application status and can interact with it effectively. So this is for today. And in our next part, we will be working on decryption process. Hello and welcome back. So this is the part 8. In this part, we will be focusing on decryption process. So in this part, we will define the method to handle the decryption process. This method scans for encryption file, decrypt them, and update the progress bar to reflect the decryption status. So now let's create the function to start the decryption process. So these functions initiate the decryption process when the user provides the decryption key. So now let's start. So okay, we have finished our function here. So this function decryption process is initiated here. So the user can start the decryption file by providing the key. So if the user provide the invalid Okay, provide the invalid decryption key. So it will say the invalid decryption key, please check the key again. So if the key is not provided, then it will give you the zero. So if the key is provided and it is in the correct format and it start to decrypt, and it will provide you the message saying starting scan and decrypting automatically. So this is it. So now we will create another function to scan and decrypt the files. So the scan and decrypt function scan for the encrypted file which is with dot encrypted extension, like which was created by our encryptor, and decrypt them using the provided keys. So now let's move forward and continue with our function. So now we have completed our function to scan and decrypt the files. As you can see here, as you can see here, it scans the files in this part. So it scans in D, E, F, and in this part, in this directory. So now what we did here is we excluded. We don't want our files to scan on these folders, on this drive. So that is system volume. We don't want our files to go in system volumes and recycle bin, as well as and all Windows Core files. So if the files that is that encrypted. So this is that encrypted extension is done when our encryptor encrypts the file and it replaces the original file with that encrypted one. And it will scan all our system in all this drive for this that encrypted. So if it finds this one, then it starts to decrypt it. If it doesn't found, then it says that it will give an error. So this total file, it's this functions, this code, what it does, it will count all the files, and whenever it finds it, and it will just add it up, and it will just update our progress. Okay, so in our next part, so there might be some problems, or there might be some incomplete incomplete work, right? So we will create a function to show the incomplete decryption message. So let's continue. So what this function does is if the decryption process is incomplete, this function shows a warning message to the user, and so an incomplete decryption message is shown if necessary. This user is informed of any kind of issue. So in our next step, we will create a function to safely update the progress bar, because like if this is done like this, then the progress bar won't be updated. So in order to safely update the progress bar, we will create a function for that. So let's continue it. So the progress bar is updated safely, so it shows the current decryption status. So moving forward, we'll create a next function to update the progress bar. The progress bar is updated when the percentage of the file are decrypted. So it provides the visual feedback to the users. So let's move forward towards it. So we have successfully created the functions to update our progress bar. So the progress bar shows the percentage of the files decrypted. This provides the visual feedbacks to the users and the live feedbacks. So moving forward, we will be creating another functions to stop the timer and the show success message. Once all the files are decrypted and which are shown in the log, so this function stop the timer and displays the success message to the users. So let's get started. So as you can see, we have finished our function here. So the timer is stopped and the success message will be shown here and all the files will be decrypted successfully. So, okay, we have finished our part here. So let's do a quick recap what we did all over this part. So at first, we created functions to start the decryption process. So then after, we created functions to scan and decrypt the files. So then again, we create another functions to store the incomplete decryption message, followed by the functions to safely update the progress bar, and we created another function to update the progress bar for the better results. So then we created another functions to stop the time and show the success message. So we have implemented the decryption process with the decryptor app class. So this method handles scanning for encrypted files, decrypting them, and update the progress bar. By providing the real-time feedback and successful message, we ensure a seamless decryption experience for the users. So this is for today, and we will be talking about the timer and cleanup methods in our next part, and that is part 9. Hello and welcome back. This is part 9 and we will be coding about the timer and the cleanup method. So to ensure the proper functionality and user experience, we will add a method to handle the timer and cleanup files once the decryption process is complete. This method helps to maintain the integrity of the application. So for that, first of all, we will create a functions to start closing countdown. So this function will initiate a countdown between the closing the applications, giving the user time to review and success message. Okay, so let's start it. So we created a function to start the closing countdown. Okay, so let's see. We left the comment. So yeah, we commented out. So okay. So now we will create another function to close the application. So the application is closed gracefully, ensuring all the processes are terminated correctly. So to do that, let's continue with our coding. So what does this function does is this function closes all the um, termination with, correctly. So now let's move to our next function and we will create a functions to handle the window close event. So this function handles the window close event, permitting the users to enter the termination key. So let's continue with it. So as you can see, we have created functions to handle the window close event. So what does this do is it won't allow us to close the main window directly. So as you can see here, it is the termination key that requires. The termination key, as we have already predefined that termination key at the very global constant at the very top. So here you can see we have defined the termination key here. So that is bingo. So it won't allow to close the window. So to close the window, you need that termination key. And the termination key is bingo. So if you try to close that window, and if you close the window, it will ask you the password. If that password is incorrect, it will give you the incorrect termination key. So I will show you on which. Let us run this GUI and let me show you. So the termination key. So basically, this functions to handle the window close event is for this. So it won't allow us to close this now, as this is only the dumb. This is only for the interface without having the functions. So we can close this one. So we just build this as a cell, right? So this function prevent us to close this event. So whenever we try to close this one, it will prompt another window and asks us the password, the termination key to close it. If we can't able to provide that termination key, so we can't close that window. So moving forward, so we will create another functions to decrypt a single file. So these functions handle the decryption of an individual file using the provided decryption key. So let's continue. So in this function, it will decrypt a single file. So the individual files are decrypted here and it is very secure. So if the message if the decryption process is successful without any error, and it will give you the successful decryption message. If it is not successfully decrypted, or if it is unsuccessful, then it will give you this error. For example, sometimes what happens is
some files are encrypted, and again it might be encrypted again. So at that time, a single encryption key won't decrypt it because it has been encrypted again, and to decrypt it, you need another decryption key as well as. So that in that case, it might give you this kind of error. So let's move forward to create another functions to load the timer stat. So we will load the timer status to ensure that countdown timer resumes correctly after restarting the app. So whenever if someone tries to close the ransomware application forcefully, then we want that applications to continue its countdown. So in order to do that, we will create this stat. So let's continue to create that. So we have created uh, the functions to know the time status. So this is very important because uh, when the time when there is an applications, right, and it has the timer status for, let's say, 5 minutes, and it's closed down by it, let's say if it's crashed or it's forcefully closed down, so it should continues with it, right? So at that time we want that applications to continuously count that time. So this function help a lot at that point. So what it does, it opens the timer status file, which is stored at this time folder, as you can see here. So that will be stored here in the time folder, and then it will activate. It will load it. If the time status there is expired, for example, if it's 5 minutes, and if the 5 minutes has already been recorded here, so what it says is, okay, the time up. So it notifies as the time up, the time has expired, and it will says that it will initiate the deleting process. So after the time reaches zero, so it will initiate the deleting sequence, and it will start to delete one by one all the files. At first it will delete the files from the data which is created by our encryptor as the dummy data, and it will first start to delete all this dummy data, then it will slowly move uh, to another directories. So now moving forward, so let's create a function to update the timer. So we need to update the timer, right? These functions update the timer, providing the real-time feedback on the remaining time. So let's continue with it.
So as you can see here, we created a functions to update the timer. So like we want to be updated on our timer. So this gives the real-time feedback of our times, of our remaining times. If the time becomes zero, if the time total time becomes zero, or it's a less than zero, so it says that like your time is up, like okay, your time, you don't have time, so it initiate the countdown sequence, so it updates the time. So in the next functions, we will create a function to reset the timer. So we need to reset the timer each and every time. Like if we want to reuse it again, we need to reset the timer. So now let's continue with our next function, and we will create a functions to reset the timer. So the time starting a new countdown timer for every decryption process is very important. So we are going to create that one. So let's continue. So let's create another function to reset the timer stats. So now we will create another function as well as to delete the timer stat files. So okay, we have created these three functions. Let me explain them. Okay, so first of all, I will go with the functions to reset the timer. This function is created to reset our timer each and every time when we open the file, or when we open the applications, or when the ransomware is executed, it resets the time if it met all the conditions, right? And then the function, the timer resets that, the timer reset status will always uh, this functions resets the time status of the applications, like if it's successfully executed, or if the applications is crashed and it has remaining 4 minutes, so then it will, and again continue, and after it completing successfully, after it becomes 0 0, or after the decryption has been initiated and it's successful, then it again resets the timer status, and it will delete this function deletes the timer status file. So what we want to do is we want each and every time after completing our decryption process, we want to start fresh, right? So we don't want our timer files to be there, 0 0s, or the timeout files or remaining time files to be there. So what these functions do is these functions just remove the files, remove the timer files on every successful decryption, so we won't get any of these remaining timers there. So now moving forward, we will create a functions to delete the timer and the machine ID both. So let's continue. So we have created a function to delete the timer and the machine ID. So as this code, it removes the timer state file. So and this code, what it does it removes the machine IDs. It searches through all this driver from A to Z. It searches for the machine ID. It searches for the machine ID files, and it removes it. So this makes sure that whenever we uh, relaunch it again, so it will get the fresh machine ID, or if if the ransomware application closed by accident, it won't get start again from the very start. So it could load the machine ID which is stored in one of this drive here, and that will load again, and that will start from the position where it left or where it crashed. So okay, so moving on the next step, we will create a functions to begin the deletion sequence. So we created another function to begin the deleting sequence. So if the timer runs out, these functions initiate the delete sequence for the encrypted files. If the timer is 00, and till then no decryption key has been uh, inserted and the files has not been decrypted, then it initiate the uh, deleting process. So after that, it will start to delete the files. So in our next step, we are going to create a function to handle the deletion process. So this function manages the deleting process and ensure that all files are deleted securely. So let's create that. So we created this function. So this function manages the decryption process. The deletion process. So ensuring that all files are deleting securely. So the deletion process is handled securely, and all the and it only delete the files which are required, and it won't delete others files from the system or the bin or the Windows root directory system. So now let's move forward and create another functions to delete file with timing. Okay, so these files are deleted with a time delay, so providing a controlled deletion process. So for example, if we want to delete a file with a certain sequence of time, so in that case we will need functions to do that. So we are going to create that functions now. So now we have created the functions. So let me explain you. So this is the function. First of all, let's explain this one. Let's understand this one. So this is the driver on which these are all the drives name. So what it does is it checks these drives and it excludes these files, that is system volume information and recycle bin and Windows main root files. We don't want them to delete these files because it might cause us issues. So it excludes this one, and also it excludes the deleting process excludes these files, that is machine IDs and the readme text. So why we are excluding machine IDs is because like we need machine ID to load our applications. If our application got crashed, so we need machine ID to load it again. If there is no machine ID, then our application won't start, because to start it, it needs to load the machine ID, because we need to identify which PC is that and which victim is that. And it also don't delete the readme for the decryption text on which our decryption our node is there. So if you want to exclude any of the files, for example, if you want to exclude any other files, you can just add the files here. So now let's go to this one, this handle deletion. So what it does is it creates a helper functions to delete the files in the given directories. So what it does is this line of code, it goes to each folder and subfolder from bottom to top. So it checks it, and this code skips the directory listed in the excluded directories, which is this, which is excluded directories. It skip this, and for all in files, this code goes through each files in the correct folders and skips the files listed in the excluded files. So, and it creates the full path to the files. So it creates the full path to the files and check if the files can be deleted or write access. And this line of code checks if the stop deletion process, if the stop signal is received or not. This line of code checks for the stop signals, and this line of code tries to delete the file, and log the result. If there is an error, it logs the error. And this code simply waits for 5 seconds before deleting the next files. And so this is the log if all the files in the correct directory has been deleted or not. And this line of code is to delete the ddata directory. Like if or like we created this ddata folder, right? And we created all the dummies, like dummies folder, dummies data. So it will check the each drive for the ddata folder exists, and it deletes the file from that, and deleting the root directory. So in this line of code, it will go for each drive, deletes file in the root drive, in the root of the driver. So, so the function goes through a specific drives. It skips certain folders and files, like which is predefined here. Like it skips this one and it deletes other files. It deletes other files which is already predefined in the ddata folders and all the dummy files. And then it pause for the 5 second, and again it start to delete again the other files, and it stop if the stop signal is received. So for this, our part has been finished. So let's go to the session, and let's do the recap what we have done on this part 9. So in the pattern, first of all, we create a functions to start the closing countdown. Then we create another function to close the application. And then in our another step, we create a function to handle the Windows close event. Like if you want to close the window main application, then you need to provide the termination key. And then again, we create a function to decrypt a single file. So this function simply decrypts the single files, and we create another functions that loads the timer status. So each and every time our application restarts or application starts, it reloads the timer. And we create another functions to update the timer, and then we again create another functions to reset the timer. So that is very important, we need to reset it, and we create another functions to reset the timer status, and then we create another functions to delete the timer status, because like we don't want that timer status to be loaded each and every time when our application starts. So after the successful completion, if you again want to open it, so it will if we don't reset it, or if we don't remove it, then it will load that again. So we don't want that. So we again create another functions to delete the timer and the machine id, because like after completing the decryption process, we want that uh, uh, ransomware program to work again. So like if I want, if my computer has been encrypted, and my computer has been encrypted, and it obviously it will be generated a machine ID. So it will load, and after we some completely successfully decrypt it, if we don't delete that machine ID, then when if my computer is infected again, that it will load the same machine IDs. So that will cause a big problem. So we don't want that. So we want the freeze. So we want to reuse the application again and again. If you want, if we want to infect the same computer again with the same program, so we want to delete the machine ID. So we create another function to begin the deletion sequence, and likewise we create another functions to handle the deleting process, and other functions with the file deleting files with the timing. So for the certain sequence of time. And so here we go. So we finished our part 9, and in the next part we will be completing our file, and we will be testing it and running it.
So hello and welcome everyone. So in this video, what we are going to do is we will be creating some PHP files, configuring files, and we will be setting environment for our web application. First of all, as creating the PHP applications, we need web server. So we will be installing XAMPP for our local web hosting. So we have downloaded Python previously. Now let's download XAMPP. So you can download this any of this version. This is for PHP 8. This is for PHP 8.1. This is for PHP 8.2. So let's download this one PHP 8. So yeah, let me save this one. Okay, so my XAMPP has already been installed here. So I have already installed XAMPP. So this is my XAMPP control panel. Just what you can do is you can just install this. Just double click there and you will get this panel. Okay, click OK. And so click on next. So as I've already installed XAMPP, I won't be doing it. So in your case, if you haven't installed it, you don't have XAMPP, so you can click on next, and you can install it. So I won't be installing it again. So as I've already XAMPP control panel here. So what we need is we need Apache server and we need database. So we need MySQL. So let's get started. Let's start this one. So before starting this, I want to let you know something. I want to show you how does it looks. So if successfully installing this, starting this too, it will look like this. It will give you this and you can go here. This is the PHP my admin. So you should get like this. This is the login page for your database. So as you can see, I would like to show this one. This code here, if you click on PHP info, you will get the version, what sort of PHP version it is you are using. I'm using 8.0.30. So all the system, you can see here all the configuration files here. If any of the configuration file is not there, you can just enable the, you can see all of these. And so just go there, and this is my password. By default it is root and it doesn't have any password, but for our project we need to create a password. So first of all I want to log in and show you. So this is how this looks like. So what we are going to do is we are going to create a new database here. So let's create the new database and name that Rans. Okay, then let's create it. Okay, so I guess it's already installed here, already in the existed. So let's say, let's name this encryptor, or we can say PRJ RANS. It's for Project Rans. Let's create this. So you can see that we have created our database successfully. So I would like to show you something before that. So whenever you install XAMPP freshly, its by default password is root and it doesn't have any password. So for this we need password because we need the authentication from database. We need access from database. So for that we need the password. So to solve that issue, what you can do is you can go to your OS directory, go to your XAMPP and find phpMyAdmin and go and click this config.inc. You can just click here, config.inc, and you can just edit this in Notepad. Go and find this server authentication type. Go and find the server authentication type. So at here there will be something, but I have typed cookie. So you type this cookie as well as and save it, because what we want to do is we want it to access this, we want to use this, because by default it won't require you the password, but by changing this it will ask you the by default password. Okay, so let's close this. After making changes on server authentication type, just open this config and then just change the server authentication type to cookie, so then everything will be fine. Then if you go again and go to your local host and phpMyAdmin, so what will do it do is it will just ask you the username and password, and you won't get any errors. So by default all the files which will be running on this, we should keep that in the root directory, that is htdocs, as you can see here. Let's go back. So htdocs, all the files, all the we will be creating php file and we will be putting this under this htdocs. This is the root directory of the. So what we are going to do is, what you can do is you can just create the shortcut to the desktop, as I have already created this shortcut to the desktop. So now let's create our project folder. Let's name that PRJRANS project Rans. Okay, so let's open this up and let's create some useful folders. For example, we will be creating includes, and then we will be creating the assets, where we will be importing our images and CSS files and JavaScript files for styling. So let's create the CSS folder and again create this image folder, and let's make this JavaScript folder. So again Let's make another folder and name it public. We will be creating our main files here, like login files, dashboard files here. So, and let's create another file folder, name uploads. All the uploaded file will be here. And let's create another thing here. Let's create another API folder inside the includes. So we will be creating API to interact between our application, ransomware application, and our command and control center. So in order to send the kill signal and stop the deleting process. Okay, so here is our code directories. These are the things which will be doing it. So first of all, let's go and check this if it's work or not. So go to our browser and go to localhost and project runs. This is our, as you can see, all the directories which we created, we can see here. This is the assets and this is the includes. Inside includes, we created API. And then this is the public. We will be doing, we will be creating the files that public can access, for example dashboard, login.php. And in this include files we will be mostly including adding creating the configuration files and database files, and we will create another migrate.php file so that we it will be easy for us to migrate the database. So in the uploads, all images which have been uploaded will be staying here. So in the assets, we will, for the CSS folder, we will be creating all the CSS here, styling for our website, for our dashboard, and all the images will be here. And this JavaScript JS, where all our working functions will be coded here. So this is our root project directory. So as you can see, our project name is Project Rents, and we have assets, and we have includes, and we have public folder, and we have uploads. So this is our total folders. So now this is for today. As we have installed XAMPP local server, we have created our database project runs, and we have learned how to see the configuration file, and we also did how to start and stop, and then we learned about XAMPP, and then most important thing, we learned about configuring the XAMPP. So that is, we're going to the main OS file, going to XAMPP, and going to my PHP, my admin, and editing this config.inc file. As you can see here, in this authentication type and info, you can see the authentication type, what sort of authentication type it is using, and it is saying the server root username is the root, and the password it's usually blank. Now the server extension it's MySQL. I so this is it for now. In the next video, we will start by creating our configuration files, database files, and we will be creating the migrate file. We will be doing some database, and we will be storing our database. We will be creating our SQL files and storing our database, because right now in project runs, there is nothing. No tables is found, there is nothing. So in our next video, what we will do is we will create the migrate file, we will migrate it, and we will see all these database here, all the tables here. So thank you. So welcome back to our next video. So as previously we installed the XAMPP, we configured the authentication type, we changed it back to cookies, and we started our XAMPP, and we saw these ESP versions and our core root directories. We created the directories. We created assets, includes, public, uploads, and all. So now what we are going to do today is, so we created this project runs as well as, so what we are going to do today is, in this part, we will set up the configuration file for our MySQL database. That involves defining constants that store the necessary details for connecting to the database, such as the server, username, password, and the database name. As we have already know, our database name is this. It's project ran. So now let's first of all create. Let's first of all now we'll create this. Let's open up our code editor and where here we go. So desktop, stdocs, and project runs. So here we go. Here is our directory. So we are going to create the config file, configuration file, which is inside this include folder. So we'll be creating a new file, name that config.php. As you can see here, it is our main file config.php. So before that, we begin by defining the constants, right? So now let's start. So as you can see, we have successfully created the file. So this is the PHP tag. So, and this is PHP opening tag, and this is PHP closing tag. And in PHP, we usually use double forward slash for the comments. Okay. So what we did here is we define the server name. It is localhost, and we define the username, that is root, and we define the database password, that is by default. When we create the new password, that is the password, and this is the project name which we created, that is project rents. You can see here, this is our project name. So in this part, we have successfully created the configuration file for our MySQL database by defining constants for the server, username, password, and the database. So we ensure that our application has the necessary information to connect to the database securely and constantly. This foundation step is crucial for enabling database operation in our case, in our application. So if this is not there, if the database is not there and database configuration is not there, so our file won't be, our application won't be working because it needs to access with the data, right? So in this next video, we are going to create a database connection file. So now we have created the configuration file. Okay, now let's move to the next file. We will be creating database connection file. So in this part, in this database connection part, we will set up the connection to our MySQL database server using PHP PDO, that is PHP data object. First, like, okay, let's create the files, then we will be explaining that one. Okay, let's create this one. Let's create this db.php. Okay, so here it goes. So this will involve including all configuration files which contains the database connection parameters, and then it attempts to establish the connection using these parameters. This is a critical step to our applications that ensures our application can interact with the database for the various operations. So we will include the configuration file that contains the database connection parameters, and that is, we will include these files as we will be including these configured files in our database file. So first we will include the configuration file which holds all the constants for our database, like username, server name, password, and database name. So this allows us to easily use the constants while establishing a connection. So let's get started. So okay, now in our next step, what we'll do is we will try to establish a connection to MySQL database using the PDO. So okay, in this our second step, in our second step, what we did is we attempt to establish a connection to MySQL database using PDO. This involves creating a new PDO instance with the connection parameters and setting the errors mode to accept for the better error handling. As we have successfully established using the PDO, if the connection fails, an error message will appear. This ensures that our application can securely and reliably connect to our database. So now in this part, we have successfully established a connection to our MySQL database using PDO. If by including the configuration file, that is this, we included this configuration file in our database. Now our application is ready to interact with our database. So proper error handling is also placed here to catch the display of any connection issues, ensuring a robust setup for our database operation. So in our next step, what we are going to do is we are going to create the migrate script for our database. So what we will be doing there is we will be including all the MySQL queries there so that we go to our web page, and when we type that migrate, we don't need to manually type each and every code, each and every queries. Let me say, we don't need to type each and every queries here. We don't need to type each and every queries here. So what we can do is we can create a PHP file. So when we run that, it will automatically updates our table. It will automatically creates our table there. So we will be creating our migrate the PHP file in our next step. So, okay, now in this part, what we are going to do is we are going to create a database migration script using the PHP. This script will help us to set up and update the database scheme by applying various SQL migrations. First of all, let's create this file and we create name that migrate.php. Okay, this is our file. So at here, we will include all the necessary files, define functions, and apply pending migration while ensuring that previous applied migration are skipped. This structured approach ensures that our database remains constant and up to date. So before that, we will include the database connection files. That is this file. We will include this file like we did this, like we include this configuration file in our database file. So we will be including that file here. Now let's get started. So okay, in our next step, what we are going to do is we are going to style our migrate.php file. So for now, we will be referring this migrate.css file. So after this, we will create the CSS file here. So okay, let's continue. So as you can see, we have created this CSS file. This file has been included. Ensure that our migration scripts output will be looking nice and will be styled. So now let's first of all, before moving forward, let's create this migrate.css file. Let's go to our assets and CSS. Let's create another one. Let's create migrate.css. As we have defined here, you can see here, is migrate the CSS file. You can see here it's in assets and CSS folder and migrate the CSS. So now let's code our CSS first. So this is CSS will style our migrated PHP script, so it will look a lot more user friendly. Okay, so let's start our CSS code. In step one, we will be styling the basic body. And in step two, we will be doing the message box styling. And in our next step, we will be doing success message style. So now in this one, we will be message styling. And in next step, we will inform message styling. So in our next step, we will be styling our buttons. Top 20 pixel and padding for 50. Want the hover and the background is. So now we have completed our styling. So I will explain you this in the first step. Why what we did is we set the font family to the Arial sans serif and adding a margin of 50 pixel around the borders of the body. So in the next step, in the second step, what we did is we added the padding and the margin and the border radius to all the message box. So in our third step, what we did is we set the background color for this. We set the background color to the light green and border to darken green for the success message. So yeah, for our next step, what we did is we set the background. So we set the background color to the light red and border to dark red for error messages. And for our next step, that is the next step 5, we set the background color to the light blue and border to darker blue for info messages. And for our last step, step 6, we styled the buttons with padding and we didn't apply the border and with the blue color and white text and the border radius. So this is our style. This is our style sheet for this is our whole style sheet for our migrate.php. So when we run this migrate.php, so we will see the styling in our file. So as we have created this migrate.css, now let's go back to our migrate.php file and let's continue with our other steps. So let's go to our next step for defining a functions to dynamically generate to go back link. Okay, so we need to go back link. So I will show you this one.
So okay, we created our function here. This link will redirect the users back to the dashboard after the migration process is complete. This go back link. So as now we haven't created this dashboard.php file, but we will soon create the dashboard.php file in our public folder. Okay, for now. So because like this configuration files, we all included that files inside the includes, but in the public file, we'll be creating the dashboard.php files in the public folder later on because we want to access that. So that makes a lot of sense if we put that in the public folder. And so this go back link function is defined. It dynamically constructs the URL based on the current server is environment. So in the next step, we will create a list of migration. So now we will define the list of migrations here, SQL migrations, and these migrations include creating the tables and altering the existing one if it is if it has already been created, then it alters it, but it updates it to fit the application's needs. So let's start. So So now, as you can see, we have completed our list of SQL migrations here. So let me explain you this. Okay, so these are the list of SQL migration here. At first, what we did is we created the queries to create the user table in our database. When the users table is created, it will create the current timestamp as well as, and at the next, we created another table, database table that is to add the profile picture to the users. It's the root, and then and our next third table, what we did is we created a machine ID, machine key table. So usually if the key are sent, so where does it save? It saves on this table, create the machine ID table. So it was saved here, and what you did is it is the machine ID key. It is increment. It is the primary key. So it is the primary key. So every time you get a new machine ID key, so it will add it and it will automatically update the numbers. For example, if A is updated, if A is sent, it's number one. If again B is sent, and it will change it into the next number, so it will change this like that. And this machine ID, we use the variable character of 255 length, and it's we place that as not null. And encryption key, so encryption key we just made this in a plain text format, and the receive date
So receive date, it is the current date stamp. That means when, and it will record the date when that current when it will receive the date that the moment it received the keys. And so this is the stop signal. So we by default we use the tiny integers here. So it's we use 1 and 0. By default it is 0. That means by default it is not received. So if the logic here is like if this converts into 1, when we click the send signal, and what it does is it updates this and it will change into the 1. So that means if the database here it's 1, then that means it's the machine key has been sent. Okay, so in our next database table, what we did is we created the machine status table. That means like if the amount is pending or not, or like if everything is fine or not. So so by default, we made that pending. So when we update that, when we click on paid, so it will update it in our database and it will says the paid. So this is it. So we created our SQL migration tables. Now let's move to our next step. On that, we will be creating to check the applied migration table. So let's go. So what it does here is in our step 5, so we ensure that a table for the tracking applied migration exists. So this table helps us to track of which migration have been applied. So this applied this mig this in this will check the applied migration is in place or not. If the table doesn't exist, if this table migration table this tables is not exist, then it will be created. So if the table is exist, for example, if this add status machine table, this table and this above table, if they are exist, then it won't create it again. So now moving forward, we will create another one to get the list of already applied migration. So we will fetch the list of migration that we have already been applied. So this allows us to skip the migration that is migration is current run. Okay, so let's move. So here in our step 6, what we did is like we fetched the list of already applied migration, and this will help us to avoid the reapplying migration that already is in place. So it will help us to check. It will help us to prevent if like for double or duplicate migrations, right? So now in next step, what we are going to do is we are going to now iterate through our list of migrations and apply those that haven't been applied yet. So this involves executing the SQL statements and recording the applied migrations. So let's get started. Pending migrations.
So here in our step 7, pending migration has been applied successfully. So, and during this process are caught and displayed. So as you can see here, it prompts the message if there is any error while the migration process, and if there is already applied migration are script with this with a message as well. As so it's like giving you the information if it's if the migration is already exist there, so it will skip and it will give you this message. If not, then it will give you, if there is any other errors, then it will give you this message. So in our next step, what we are going to do is, finally, we will print a message including the computation of the migration process and provide a link to go back to the dashboard, to our main dashboard areas. Okay, so let's get started. So, okay, this step it is finished. So the migration process is complete. And now we provide a go back link, this go back link for easy navigations to go back to our dashboard. So let's go and review each and everything. So in step 1, we include the dashboard connections, a database connection, and database connection like we did for our config files. So in the next and step 2, we included the CSS file for our styling, which we created, which is here in this CSS folder. And in the step 4, what we did is we created the list of migrations table using SQL queries. We created the user tables. We created tables to add the profile pictures to the users. And we created another table to store the machine keys information, that is like a key, which is the key received, decryption key received, and the machine IDs, and the encryption keys, and the receipt date, and the stop signals. And so again, we created another table here that adds the status to the machine key. And at the step 5, what we did is we checked the applied migration table. And in step 6, we did is we get the list of already applied migration. So like if there is already existed migrations, like if there is already this tables here, so we can get there. And in step 7, what we did is we applied the pending migrations. Like if this table is already there, so it will skip. So if this table is not there, then what it does is it applied the migration and it gives you the error message, as well as if there is anything that went wrong. So in the final step, what we did is we print the migration complete message, and we provided a go back link, so which will redirect to our um, dashboard, so this is for now. And let's have a quick conclusion here. So in this part, like we have successfully created a PHP script for handling database migrations, and we started by including the necessary database configuration files, CSS. Then we defined a dynamic go back link functions and listed our SQL migrations. We ensured that the applied migration um, table exists and fills the list of already applied migration. We then applied any pending migration, catching and displaying error as necessary. And finally, we provided a computation message and link to our return dashboard. And this structure approves and ensures our database scheme is up to date and consistent. So like when we run this one, and if there is already database already table in our database, so it will go through all of these. And if it's already there, so it will so it will skip and it will give you these messages, and if there is any pending, so it will execute this. So this is our migration.php script. So we have completed the script. So let's try and run the script because we need this table in our database. As you can see in project, this one, yeah, this is our database. So we can't see anything here. So what we are going to do is we are going to import tables through our, so our migration script will going to create all these tables here, all these tables, all this, yeah, okay, all this table in our database. So to run this migration script, so let's go to our, we don't need this, we don't need this. Let's close all of these. So yeah, okay. Let's close this and let's locate our migration script. So it's localhost and our project directory is localhost project runs. As we can see here, this is our root directory. So we saved our migration file inside includes, and you can see this is our migrate file. So when we run this again, so it says, okay, successfully applied migration. And so it created table migration process completed. So let's go back. So it is redirecting us to the dashboard.php. As for now, like we haven't created this. So let's go and check if it works or not. Let's refresh our uh, SQL Server and let's go to our database. So as you can see, we have seen here machine ID uses. So you can see here all this table. What we did is it created the user table. It added profile picture to the user. It created machine ID table and it created the status, message status. So as you can see, all the migrations are successful. You can see here, these are all the tables that we created. So this is our migration. But let's have a look. So we created the CSS, but it's not styling. We can't see any style, so I think there's a problem. Let's go back and check. So check our migrate the CSS file. Okay. Oh, so I think we haven't saved this file. So let's save this file. Okay. So remember to save your files, and let's go and check this again. So we still are having some problem. Let us check again. So okay, let's try to refresh it again. Okay, so there you go. So you can see all our style has been there. So the migration process has been completed. Now we can see the style because what we did earlier was we didn't save this file. We just coded this, but we didn't save this file. Just don't forget to save this file because it will create a problem like this. So this is our migration file, and as you can see here, okay, so let's refresh this again. You can see this one. So if you want to check and if you want to see your CSS file here, you can go here and so localhost. Then you can go to your assets and you can go to, yes, so there's one another directory that is CSS. I wrote the mistakes, ASS, ETS, okay. So, okay, yeah. It's migrate.css. So you can see all the CSS files here. So we successfully created our migration file and we successfully applied the migrations. So what we did here is we created the configuration file for our database, and then we create the database connection files here, and we created our migration PHP script to run our to create our database table directly to the SQL Server, and we created the migrate the CSS file to make it beautiful. So this is what we did. Migrate the we created the migration file to migrate it, and so this is the style, and we created these tables, database tables here. So go let's if you click on go back, it is saying that dashboard.php, but we haven't created this, but soon after this we will create this dashboard.php. So what we did is we now basically configure all the required things that are very essential for our connection, because we need, first of all, we need database to store our data and retrieve our data, and we need the connection between the database so we can send and receive, as well as we created a migration script. So each and every time if we want to create another table, what we can do is we can just directly go there, and we can again we can just write the new table here, and what we can do is we can just go here and we can run our migrate, and we can go there and we can just run our migrate PHP script. So it will automatically, what does is it will automatically add this migration tables here. So this is it, and in our next video, in our next part, we will be creating the login, register, and dashboard codes. So hello and welcome back. So till now, in our previous video, we created the migration script, and we created database file, we create the configuration file, and we checked for our whether these scripts, migration scripts work or not, and we successfully migrate our database table, and we saw our CSS script, and this were our migration table which are there in our database. So now in this video, what we are going to do is we are going to create the uh, register and login system. So the users need to register, the admin need to register, right? So in order to do that, we will be creating the login page from where the admin can log in to the dashboard and register for the very first time, where the users need to register it. So what we are going to do is we are going to create the files in the public. So very first, let's create login.php, and again, let's create another file name register.php. Okay, so let's first go with register.php. So before creating the login, we need the users are to be registered in our database. So let's first of all target to register, and let's create this one. In this part, like we will start this session and include the database connection. So this is very essential for managing the user sessions and interacting with the database to store the users information, that is the admin users information. So let's begin. So like previously in our previous video, for our, let's say for the migration, like we used the DB, we use this, and for the same, for our register, we want this database connection. We want this database connection to be established, right? So we did this. Now in our next step, so before moving next step, I would like to say that these sessions has started. Like when we execute this code, the session will start and the database connection file is included here. This set up the necessary environment for the users to register and connect with the database. So in our next step, we are going to create and check if the users is already logged in or not. If they are logged in, then we will be redirecting them to the dashboard. Like if not, then we will allow them to register it. So in this session, what we did is first, this is our step two, and we will be continuing for our step three. Let's continue the step three, and then I will walk through with the both step two and step three at once. And let's continue with our coding. So we have finished this. So let me explain you with this quick for this from the step two. Okay. So in this, we will check if the user is already logged in or not. If they are, then we will redirect them to the dashboard. So we will redirect them to this location dashboard.php, and it checks, and the check is after the check is complete. If the user is already logged in, then they will redirect here. They will redirect to the dashboard. Okay. And so in this part, we will process the registration form, and we will process the registration form, and this involves validating the username and the password and confirming. We also handle the errors and insert the validating process, validate the user data if that data is in the database or not. And so in this, we will handle the form submission for the user registration. This includes validating the input field and repairing and so sorry preparing the data for intersection into the database. So in this 3.1 step, what we did is first we will validate the username. So we will check if the username is empty or it is taken. So if the user validation is complete and if the username is valid and not taken, so it is ready for the further process. Like for example, if the username zone is already there, so it will give you the message. So and if the message is like the username is already taken, if the username is not taken, for example, you choose a username and week. So if week is not there, so it will start the further process of the registration. So now in our next step, we will go with our validating the password. So we will validate the password and we will ensure that password is not empty and meet the minimum length requirement. Okay. And so let's continue. So we have completed our next step for validating the password. So the at here the validation for the password is complete. The password is checked for the length and the red lines for the further process. So the password must be minimum 6 length, and if the incorrect password is written, and if the password length is 5 or 4 or 2, then it will give the message say password must at least be 6 characters. So here we have validated the password, and in the next step we will validate the confirmation password. Okay. So here we have created the validation confirmation for the password. So finally, we will validate the confirmation password to ensure that it matches the original password. And after it is complete, the password matches, they are ready for the further process. So in our next step, we will create a code to insert the user data into the database. So we created this all for validation. Now we will create a code so that the data with the inputted data for the registration data that is transferred to the database. So let's move to our next step. So okay, we have finished our next step. So in this step, so with all the validation passed, we will insert the user data into the database. So this include hashing the password for the security. So user data intersection is completed, and if successfully, the users is redirected to the login page. So till now we have done the PSP code. Let us go through it. At first, we start the session, and at the second step, we check if the user is already logged in or not. So, and in the third step, we created for the process to log in the submission form, and in the another one, we did the validation for the username if that username is already existed or not, and then again we created the validation password. Like if the required password, if the inputted password is of certain length or not. So it's a validation of the password. And on another one, like we created the validation of confirmation password. Like if the first primary password which we inserted that one is same as the below or not. And in the fourth one, we inserted the user data into the database so that our steps are our all the data are posted to the database. So now, till now, we have done the PSP code. Now we will continue with our registered PSP code. Now we will go towards our HTML code. Now we will create our, this is for the backend side. These are all the backend functions. So now we will be creating the front end, like we will be creating the layouts of the register page. So in this part, we will create a HTML structure for the registration form. So this form will collect the user's username and the password, which we have already created the functions for them, and that confirmation password. So it will also display any validation error, so which we have defined here, and provide a link to the login page for existing users. Okay, so let's go to our HTML structure for registering form. So as you can see, we have completed our HTML form, registration form. So as you can see here, this one is for the username. This form label is for the username. Okay. So this form label is for the username, and this is for the password, and this is for the confirmation password, and this one is for the submit. And like we made earlier, so if the users is already logged in, or if they are already registered, so they can just click here and they will take to the login.php file. So as you can see here, we have the style sheet, right? Register the CSS style sheet. But in our style sheet, we only have migrate. So what we need to do is now let's create this register.css. So before that, let's check this. Let's run this and see without this CSS, how does it looks. So let's go here and let's go to our register.php. As you can see, the user registration form is this, and this is without CSS. So when we click here, it will take us to the login.php. As we haven't created login.php code right now, so let's go back and try to register something. Let's try to register the username admin, and let's keep the password QWER. For now, let's give the QWER and again QWER and try to register. It gives the error. Password must have at least 6 character. As we this one is our ransomware. So as we created this one, so as we created this validation here, so the password must be at least 6 character. So the password validation is working. So let's close this one. No, let's don't close this one. So password validation is working, and let's try to create the strong password. Let's try to create QWERTY, and it's QWERTY, and try to register it again. So yeah, now it's registered, and it took us back to login.php. So now we can't access because we don't have the login page. So but what we can do is we can check, go back to our database and check if it is worked, if it worked or not. So let's go back to the users. So as you can see here, we created the admin username. The admin has been created, and it is created on the time, this time, and the profile picture is null because we haven't updated any profile picture. We will later create the dashboard. We will create the profile, the PHP on which we will be uh, creating the functions to update this. And this is our password, which is hashed. We created a simple QWERTY password, but our database has it to make it more secure. So now, as we can see here, this is the registration form, but it looks pale, so we need to style it. So we will create new CSS for our register, and we will name that regist register that CSS. So now this is our register the CSS file. Now we are going to create the CSS file for our register. Okay, then we will code straight our register the CSS. Then I will explain them bit by bit. Okay, so let's get started. So step one, hacker style updates. Okay, so padding in the next step. We create the margin paddings, and for the next step we will style the body, and this is the font family. We'll use Courier and monospace here, and the background color, it will be a dark background color for the hacker feelings, right? So and color, it will be the bright green for the contrast, and the display will get a flex and justify. We want that into center, and uh, so minimum height will be this. In the next step, we'll create login container style, and the background color. This is a slight lighter dark background color forms. So, and the border will be 1 pixel, and the bright green border, and the border radius, let's keep that 10 pixel, and the padding 20 pixel, and maximum white 400 pixel, white for the 90 pixel, and we will be creating header style, and we're using a bright green header and text align. We want that to be a center. So in our next step for the styling and the display flex and the style column. So in our next step, we will create a form elements container style. So login form div, and let's keep margin 10. And in our next step, we will label the styling, and we will call it a bright green label. So a margin bottom will be of 5 pixels. So and the display, it's a block display. So in the next step, we input the field styling, and input type equals to text, and the input type equals to password, and we want 100% white, and background color darker input field, so will be darker, and input field. So the color, it will be bright green yellow, and the border, it's a solid 1 pixel, bright green, and the border radius will be 5 pixel. So on the next step, login input bottom styling, it's submit, and then login input type we reset it, and padding is 1020 pixels, margin up to 10, background color, we're using dark green background color for these buttons. So now the border and the radius will be 5 pixel, and cursor is a pointer, and we will create one pixel, background color 3 second, background. And the step link styling, white green color, text decoration, it's underline, and the next step we will be error managed styling, and for the error we will be using the red text color, and we want that text align to be in the center and want to be bold, and let's give a margin for 10 pixel, and for our next step responsive css, so white we will be using 768 and 90%. So finally we have completed our css style. So these are all the steps here. So let me give you the overview here, okay? So this is the like we want to create our application and styles like a hacker feeling. So what we did in step one, we did the global reset and box sizing, and then in step next step we did the body styling. We used the font Korean new and monospace, and we used the background color, darker background color for the hacker like feelings, and we used the bright green text for the contrast. And in our next step we created the style for the login container styles, and we used a slightly lighter dark brown color for the form, and we used the bright green color borders to make it a little bit hacker feeling. And then in our next step, we styled the header, and we used the bright green header for it, and we aligned that into the center. We want to be aligned that into the center, and in our next say form styling, and and then we did a form elements container styling and then we labeled the styling, and we used the color bright green for its label, and we margin the bottom to 5 pixel, and we display it in the block. And then after in our next step we input the field of styling. For the login input it's a text type and password type, so the white will be 100%, and we use the padding of 10 pixel, and the background color we use the darker input field, and so in this color, we used a little bit brighter green color. So in the border, we give a bright green color border, and we use the radius for that border. We kept that for the 5 pixel. And in our next step, we use the button styling for the submission and for the reset. So we use the padding of 10 and 20 pixel, and we use the background, a dark green background for the buttons. And the next step, we used to link styling, and we use the bright green color. And then in our next step, we use the error message style, and we use the red text, red color for the error text. So usually it looks cool when the error message is in red. And we center that, and we make that bold, make them bold, and we give them a top margin for only 10 pixel. And in the last step, we make that responsive. So this is our registered CSS. So before, let's save this, because we previously we didn't save and we got a problem. Let's save this, and let's check. First of all, let's go back. This is our register. Now you can see this is our register.php. So we can register here, confirm password. If you have already logged in, we can go back to the login here, as we haven't created login page here. Now, so it is blank, we will create it. So this feels like a hacker. So let's try to create a new user. Let's create the username Tom, and let's give him the password 123. And let's keep the password 123 and try to register and see if our functions have changed or not. So it gives okay. The password must be at least 6 character. Okay, so that's good. Now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, let's give him 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and let's get register. Okay, so it took back to the login that page, and let's go back to our database and check whether if this is success or not. Okay, as you can see, we have created the username Tom. So now we have successfully created the register the PHP file to register our users. Now we will be creating the login page, and we will create that in next video. So previously what we did is, in previous part we created this register, and we registered the users here. So now what we are going to do is, now we are going to create this login page here. So it's blank. Now we will be creating a login page here, login form here. So before that, let's go back to our register.code, and we can see this is our register the PHP code. Likewise, we will be creating this login page in this part. So we will handle the session management to check if the users is already logged in, and if they are, and we will redirect them to the dashboard page, which later on we will create that. So on which we will manage all our users and the keys. So this ensures that login users do not see the login page again. So okay, let's get started with it. So we created this. So yeah, we created this. After this this code, this session check and redirect logic is placed here. So login users will be redirected to the dashboard if they are already logged in. So in our next part, what we are going to do is we will be including the database connection like we did for our others part, like for we did for our register part. We include the database connection here. So likewise, we need to include that. So let's continue. So okay, we have included that database connection here. So in our next step, what we are going to do is we will process the login form submission. So which involves validating the user credentials and starting sessions if the credentials are correct. So and now let's start with our next step. Okay, now so we have finished our part. So the login form submission logic is in place. So user credentials are validated and the session is started if the credentials are correct. So in this part, like we have implemented the logic to process the login form submission, and this includes the validation of the user credential and started session if the credentials are correct and allowing users to access the dashboard. So now let's take a quick recap for what we did till now. So in the first step, we started the session if and checked if the users is already logged in. If the users is already logged in, then it will redirect them into this dashboard.php part, which we will be creating later on here. And the next step, what we did is we included the database connection. That is very important because we need to connect our connect with our database. We need to fetch data from our database. So another one, we created a logic to process the login form submission in which the usernames and others said. And so this is the part of our PHP code. Now, what we are going to do is we are going to create the HTML layouts. As I told you earlier, these all are PHP codes. These all PHP codes are our backend functions. So now what we are going to do is we are going to create the HTML front layout. Okay, and let's get started. So okay, so we have successfully completed our HTML section. In this part, we have set up the HTML structure for the login page that includes the login form with the fields for the username and password. We also linked the CSS for the styling page and provided a user interface, a friendly user interface. So for now, like we have the login dot, we have referred here as a login.css, but we currently in our CSS folder, we only have migrate and register the CSS. Now we will be creating this one. So before this, and okay, we again have another one. This is login.js. We have created some JavaScript file for our login page, and which we will create this here. So first of all, let's check whether this login.php files work or not. Okay, so let's go there. This is our file. So don't forget to save it, and let's go back and let's see. As we can see, the login the PHP file is working. As this is showing this because like we haven't created any style here. So let's try to log in. So what was our user? Our user was admin and the password was okay. So let's see if it gives any error or not. So yeah, it successfully logged in, and it successfully went to the dashboard.php PHP page because we haven't created any dashboard.php page, so it's giving this one. So let's do one thing. Let's create let's create new one that is dashboard.php. Okay. This is our dashboard.php and this is our login.php. Okay, let's try and see again. Okay, so as we can see, it's showing blank. Let's go back and let's go back to our localhost as project brands, and let's go to our public directory and let's go to our login page. So we are here because when we have logged in, right? And what our code does here is, so what our code does here is when we logged in here, when we logged in, if the session is there, then it will redirect us to the dashboard.php code. So we have created this logic and this is working perfectly fine because we have already logged in and it's showing us, directing us to the dashboard.php code. So it's working perfectly fine. So to break this, we will be creating another logout.php code and we will create that later on. But first, let's go and let's style our login page. So let's go here and let's create another style login.css. And we will be working, we will be writing our style here for our CSS. Uh, Step one, that is margin one space here, and in the next step we will be styling the body and background dark background of our like a terminal feeling background, and then we'll be using neon green color, and then we will be displaying the place, and we want this to be in the center and align items in the center and the minimum height more than zero. So in our next step, containering style for the login. So login, and we want background color to be slightly lighter dark background for contrast, and we want border to be thin solid and it's neon green, and then we want the border radius to be 10 pixel and box shadow like it would create a glowing effect, and the max white we want 400 pixel and 90%. Lighting let's give 20 and opacity let's give it 0.95. And our next step we will style and we want that we center, and our next will be our form styling, and we want to dispatch flag for the +6 input container. We will be giving margin 10 pixel and they are low, and size will be given 18 for the time, and using uh, dark field to match. We'll be using dark field to match the theme bouquet. Then we'll be using let's say neon green color, and then so neon text we'll be using to make it feel a little bit hacker, and we will be giving border radius of 5 pixel, and then the margin top of 5 pixel, and the next for the button style, want that to be in the align to be the center, and let's say have a margin top of 20 pixel, and one for our submit. So we give padding of 10 and 20 pixel, background color, we'll be giving a neon green color, and the black text for the contrast and no borders. Border radius will be a 5 pixel and cursor will be pointer. We will giving a font size to be visible 16 pixel and the background transition will be okay. So in the submit hover, the background color it will be slightly darker when it is hovered. Like when we hover in the mouse with the mouse, it will be a darker green color. So in the next step, we will be handling the error message, and for the error, we will be using the red color. And to align center, we want that to be the bold, and we want margin to be a 10 pixel. And step 9, we want responsive adjustment. So, 90% is. So here we go. So as you can see, we have completed our style sheet code. So let's take a quick recap what we did here. Okay, at the very first, we defined a global style and we styled our body with a darker background color for the terminal field. Like our theme was like a terminal, and then we used a neon green text to mimic the terminal's display. And we used for the container, for the styling for the login form, we used a slightly dark background color for the contrast and neon green for the border. And then we gave a slightly glowing effect and then we keep the heading style. We want the text align to be in the center, and for the font styling, we want to display the flex, and in for the input continuing style, we want the margin to be a 15 pixel, and for the input label, and this we want that to be an 18 pixel, and let's moving for towards and. This is for the text area for the password, and so we used username and the password text area for the username password. We used the dark field to match the theme, and we used neon outer color, and we used neon green text, and we kept the radius of 5 pixel. And for the button styling, we just wanted to align that into the center. We just don't want button here or here. We want to be exactly at the center, and then we want the margin up to be 20 pixels, and for the buttons we use the padding of 10 and 20 pixel background. We made the neon green buttons, and we use the color black text for the contrast. We use the black text and the border none, and for the submit we slightly give the hover style and a little bit darker green on hover. So when we hover them, it will give a little bit darker. And for the error message, we use the red color as we did for our register style. And then we made this responsive adjustment. Okay, so we have completed this one, and let's go and check this. Okay, so let's go and check this. As you can see, it's a public login.php. We can see here, this is our style. This is the background, little bit glowy, and we use the terminal style. We use the black and green combination, and it gives a little bit darker when we go and hover here, like which was there. And let's try to log in. First of all, let's go and see the register. Okay, so this is our register, the register code. Like we can register here, for example, we can register another York. Okay, then the password we want 12345 6, and let's do 12345 6. Confirm that again and register. So it took back us to the login page, and it's working perfectly fine. And now let's log in, and username York and 12345 6. So it's perfectly working. So we have style. It took us to the dashboard of PSP code. And as currently there is nothing, but later on we will be creating that. So let's go and check to our database. As you can see, another new user has been added at York. So now we have completed this one, but we are having something here. So this is our login, right? So we have used another JavaScript code. So we have asked here to use the login.js code, but we didn't have any here. So let's create this one, login.js. Let's create a JavaScript file to handle the fading out of the error message. Okay. So, so let's get started with our JavaScript code and JavaScript to handle the fading out of the error message. So let's document and screen function. As you can see, we have completed our code for handling the fading out effect for error message. This is our JavaScript code. So, so now there is something. We have created login, register, dashboard. Okay, let's close all of these. Okay, we created login, we created register, but we need to log out, right? So let's create another file for logout. So now we will create a logout. So we need to end the sessions. So when we log in, so we need to log out. So for at now here, what it does it's being logged in. So we need something to log out. So we need to terminate the session. So we will be creating a logout functions here. So let's get started. So as you can see, we have completed our code. In this simple code, what it does is like when this logout.php is triggered, what it does it's just destroy the sessions, and it went back to the login. It took you back to the login page. So basically, the simple code will destroy the sessions and it will redirect you back to the login page. So now we have created our login that PHP file to log in, and we created again another file to register our user's name and information, and we created a logout to destroy our session. So hello and welcome back. So at previous video, what we did is we created login, register, and logout. So now today we will be creating the dashboard where all the files are saved and you can manage from there. So in this part, we will handle the session management and redirect the users who are not logged in. And this ensures that only authenticated users or the users who have the permission can access the dashboard. Now let's begin with our code. So we have completed this code. So what it does is it starts the session. It checks if the users is already logged in or not. If the users is logged in, then it will go to the dashboard. It will stat it if it is just not logged in, and it will send back to login that PHP code. Okay, so in our next step, we will include the database connection here. So as like we did for our register like we did here, and for the login we did there, so we did here. So what we want is we want database connections for it. So we will do the database connection code again. So here we have created another functions to handle the CVS Expo. That is, uh, so you so this functions, this step here, what it does is, in this will handle and update the status of the machine ID key, and this allowed to download the status, download the data of the machine keys and all the like status, like whether it is machine is paid or not, or the time frame. It will export all of this. So in this functionality is to export the machine ID keys to CVS files. So this allows the users to download and as well as save the files for the offline users. And here, as I told you, in the step two, we want to include the database connection. So everything is related to database. So if we are not connected to the database, we are not able to log in. We are not able to access all of this. So database is important. And so let's move on next functions that are handled as market speed. For example, this handles, this step three handles for downloading and updating the uh, data for the Excel sheet. And we will create another one that to mark as bit that help us to mark our mission IDs as paid. So we have created two logics here. This one to handle the market space, and this one is to handle the termination signal. So this function mark machine keys as paid, and users can update the status of the machine ID to paid. So where this function also handles the update the termination signal for machine keys. So this mark a machine key as terminated if stop sign is received. And this termination sign update the functionality is placed and users can mark machine keys as the terminated. So in this part, like we have added the functionality to export data functionality to export data to a CSV files and update the status of the missing keys. Now, user can download the data and mark key as paid and terminate, marked as paid terminated, paid or terminated. So, we will be moving into our next step on which we will be creating logics to fetch the data for the uh, uh, dashboard. Okay, so let's continue. So in this part, we have fetched the data for displaying dashboard metrics and current user information. So this provided an overview of our system status. So okay, let's go through it. Like fetch data from the dashboard matrices. Okay, so we will in this function we fetch the data from the database to display the various matrices on the dashboard, such as total encrypted and machines and paid machines and the terminated machines. So it's like a total encrypted one and a total machine paid, and the one is the machine terminated. And on our next step, on which we face the current user information, uh, we fetch this information from the database. This includes the username. User ID is for username, and the user profile pictures, and they all are displayed in the sidebar of the dashboard. So in our next step, where we fetch the machine key data. So we finally fetch the machine key data to display in the table of the dashboard. So machine keys are fetched from the database, and this is the query. And we wrote select mesh key ID, machine ID, encryption key, receive data and status, stop signal, by order by receive date. So it what it does it displays it takes all this data from the database and it displays there. So okay, so in this part, we have fixed the data for displaying dashboard matrices and user information. This provided an overview of system status and the user details. So okay, in our next part, we will be creating the HTML code for our dashboard as this is our core PHP code. Okay, first let's overview that what we have done till now. So at very first we start the session and then we redirected it if it is not logged, and in this step we included the database connections. That is very important because all the data are retrieved from the database. So then we create logic to handle the CBS export, so where we can export all this data in the form of a single file so that we can use it. So following that, we create another logic to handle the mark as paid. When this amount is paid, we clicked on this paid and it will update in our database so we could know that how many machines are paid. And in our next step, we handle the termination signal update. So it will just handle when we click on that button, so it will handle whether it sends the signals and it stop the deleting process or not. So and the next step, we fetch the data from the database metrics, like all the datas like the machine IDs, encryption keys, date, time, and everything. So let's move forward with our HTML code. Okay, so now we will first do the HTML code and we will explain that, and I will explain that in more details and later on. Okay, let's continue with our code. Type and HTML, and we will initialize the HTML head section here, and it's HTML and degree point, and the title, let's give it dashboard. And let's add this link for our Bootstrap CDN. We link for our fonts, and another one for styles here, and we'll be using font awesome for these icons. And So we started by like importing, linking our external styles like Bootstrap, and we use and font awesome for our fonts, and we use Google API fonts, and these are our metadatas. So in our next part, we will be doing the sidebars part. So let's move on. So in this part, we created a sidebar. So okay, we created the sidebar. So this included the links for our homepage, profile, for our homepage, and for our profile, and for our logout page. For our homepage, it will be the simple home, and for the profile, we will be creating a profile here after this. And for the logout.php, it's like when this logout is clicked, it will trigger this code, so it will destroy the session. So this is our logout. So this is our navigation, and next we will be going for the page content. So we will set up the main content area on the dashboard, and that includes the section of welcome message and status overview and message key tables in our next step. So as you can see here, we have completed our code. Now let me explain you. So, so these are all the page contents. So these are all the page contents, and then at here we have the welcome. So what it does is it take the user, for example, the username is root, and what this code does is it takes the username. It takes the username as root, and it will uh, displays as welcome back root because it takes the username from the sessions. So in this 13, in step 13, we will be doing the status overview of the section. So and the in this part, what we did is like there is a main part of our uh, dashboard that indicates the status. So we created the status overview section to display the various matrices like active warriors. That means how many messages are still active, and then same goes for the total encrypted. So how many files are altogether encrypted, and for our message page, same goes for the message page. So how many of we have clicked the message page, and how many of them has paid ransom. And for this one, this is terminated, machine terminated. That means like how many of feeds we have send the kill signal to stop the deleting process. So, and the next part, in this part, like we have set up the HTML structure and styling for the dashboard. This includes creating the sidebar, menu, main menu, and context area, and applying the styling to ensure it is user friendly. So, in our next part, we will be creating for the machine key table. We will be creating the tables. We will be creating the tables for the machine IDs and keys. Okay, so let's continue with our coding. So okay, we have completed this one, and let's go and check this one. Okay, so at here at this step, this is our main machine key table. We have created the table here. So this is the table head, and in our main machine table, it's like we have our serial number, and that goes for the machine ID, and for the encryption key, and the receipt date, and the status whether it is paid or not, and the action. And under action, there is functions to assign the decryption key. Functions to send the stop deletion key. So here this is our main table on which like in our dashboard the table is like this, and it will be creating this kind of table. Here it will be a serial number, missing key, and the receipt date and status and action. So we have created this one. So now moving forward we will uh, code some JavaScript for our bootstrap and sidebar, and we will create another JavaScript we will add now, and we will create another JavaScript for our functions to send the kill signal. So let's move with our JavaScript part. So we have successfully imported all the JavaScripts here. As you can see, we have used this Ajax and jQuery, and we have used another one, and we have used Bootstrap, Mini.js, and this is our Cloudflare for our, we used another one, Ajax, and this is our assets, this is our, okay, so this is our dashboard.js. So currently we don't have any dashboard.js, and also we don't have any CSS styles for dashboard. So what we are going to do is we are going to create a style for our dashboard. As you can see here in our style, we have used dashboard or CSS, but we don't have any dashboard or CSS here, or neither we don't have any dashboard.js here for sending the kill signal. So what we are going to do is we are going to create this two. One is dashboard.css for styling, and one is dashboard.js for our functionality to send the kill signal. But first, let us try and save this, and first let us try and check this whether this code really works or not. Yes, so let's go to our here, and we don't want this. So let's go back to our public. So as we can see here, we can see this, but it is not in the proper form. We can see here all this, but we can't see it in the proper way because we haven't styled it, right? So all this content, all this table, all these uh, functions are there. It is working, but we need to style it. So first of all, let's create this style. Let's style this, and let's create dashboard.css. So now we will be creating CSS for our dashboard. So now let's get started. First, is styling to optimize the readable and contrast. Okay, so here we will be using new tones and sans serif, And background, we will be using optimizing color readability and contrast, and then the wrapper, and we will be displaying flags, and we want it to straight. And for the sidebar, minimum weight we are using 250, and background color, and for the transmission, and for the sidebar active, 250 margin, and sidebar head image we will be giving max wide 200 pixel, and we will leave that auto. And for the sidebar header, padding will be 20 pixel, background color, and text align for the center. And for the UI components, okay, so this is the block, and this color maintains for the clarity. And again, another sidebar UI hover, and it's for clear visibilities on the hover. So sidebar collapse. For sidebar collapse, small, and for the content, white 300%, 20 pixel padding, and transitions for 3 seconds. So for the next step, uh, responsive adjustment. So the maximum wide isn't that. Position we'll be using making it fixed position left, let's say negative 100, and bottom 0, and side red active that give it left 0, content active, let's give it margin left 0 as well. And for sidebar collapse, let me make it position fixed, and top 10 pixel, left 10 pixel, and index 999. Okay. Now in the step 3, for styling the table hover for better visibility. So let's keep this background color. And so now we have completed our style, and let's go and I will blend this. So let's go from the very top. At first, we added the style base here, and we use the blackish background, and we use the color for the light gray for the text here. And for our wrapper, and for the next one, what we did in the sidebar is like we used the dark gray background and a little bit light gray text areas. And here we in the sidebar, we put the margin left with a negative 250. And again here in the sidebar heading, we use the color darker gray background for this. And again, for our sidebar, we use the white text to hover, and then in the sidebar collapse, so then we used the bright green color and very dark gray color here. And for our content, we use the white color here. And so at the very end, at the start, at the background color, we use the green background for a hover. Like when we go to our uh, file keys and our line, when we hover our mouse there, cursor there, it will give the green background. And we used this white text on the hover. Okay, so we have completed this style sheet. So let's save this. First of all, let's go and check this one. Okay, so now as you can see, it's a lot more better here. So we can hover here, we can see the dark green here, and we can see all our Machines status here. This is our welcome message. As I told you earlier, for the welcome message, it takes the username from the login, and this is our table. This is our mission ID. As now we have not any of the mission ID, so later on we will having a lot of data. So this is our profile, because we don't have any profile now. After this, we will create a profile. So this is our logout section. Yeah, it works. Now, when we click on logout, it terminates. So let's try to access again. York, and our password was, sorry. So our password was not that. I'm guessing the password was 12345 6. Okay, so this is our password. So it says welcome back York, and this is our window status window where we can see all our active warriors, encrypted machines, and machine terminated, and all our, as we don't have any default, as we didn't store any of the images here. So now, as we have said in our dashboard, dashboard, that if there is no image profile picture, so it will by default load the default avatar.png, but we haven't included anyone. So later on we will upload that file. So you can just go and change this one, and you can put any of this. For example, you can just bring this picture here, any of the pictures here, and you can just upload this picture. For example, let us try something. Okay, let us take this logo, and so this is our project, and this is our assets, and inside assets image section, let's give this logo .png, and let's go back to our code editor, and instead of writing this, as we have now logo.png here, we have this file. Let's go here and change this to logo.png, and save this, and now let's check. So as you can see, our logo, by default, our logo has been placed here. So in this tutorial, we have created a dashboard. So we have created login, register, logout, and dashboard. We have created the dashboard CSS, and we have created the login JS. But now let's create, we forgot something. We forgot to create our JavaScript file to handle this stop signal. So let's create our, so dashboard.js. So now let's create our JavaScript. Let's create the logging the machine ID to console to verify, and we will be using that JavaScript to do that. Okay, so let's start our code. So we have created this one. So what this code does is, so first of all, it will send a key signal to a certain machine ID. As I told you earlier, machine ID is very important in our project. When our ransomware attacks someone and it infects, it's create a machine ID. So that machine ID should be there, and our application. Now we are going to create an API here, so that will receive the key signal. So for now, so till now, our encryption process is saving the file locally. It's not sending the file to the remote desktop. So now, after finishing all our this web applications dashboard, then we will create another function in our main encryption file, main ransomware file, to send that key to our remote desktop. We don't want to save that file keys and missing. We will send that directly toward this dashboard, so we could get the machine IDs and the encryption key. We don't want to save that in that local machine, and the receipt date and the status and the actions. Okay, and so what will it do is it will prompt you the message by adding the machine IDs, right? And if you are sure you want to send the kill signal or not. So when it is sent, so as you can see here, it says include HPR receive kill signal the PSB, but we don't have anything here. So in include and in API we don't have anything here. So now what we are going to do is, after this we will be creating the kill signals. So we will be creating the files in API so that can handle the kill signals, receive signals, and throughout our ransomware applications and our dashboard applications. So if it fails to send the signal, it gives you this error. And let's move to our next step, and that attends the event handler. Okay, so let's continue. So what it does is it will trigger this signal when we click here, when there is action and when we click here, and then it will trigger this. So let's have an overlook. So what we did till now, so we created this dashboard.js file. Let's save this. And this is our logo. We imported the logo. We created default logo, and this is our dashboard. CSS, we created our dashboard. Now in our next video, what we are going to create is we are going to create the API files for receiving signals and sending the deleting signals. So previously we have created the dashboard, this dashboard files. We have created this one. We have created the admin dashboard, and we created the JavaScript for handling the kill signal. So now what we are going to do is, let's close this all. And what we are going to do is we are going to create the profile here. We are going to create this profile. Whenever we click on profile, we get this. So what we are going to do is we are going to create the profile so that user can change their password, change their profile picture, okay? And users can change their name, username. So now let's go here and let's create the PHP, and we are going to code here. We are going to create the profile here. So now in this part we will handle session management and check if the user is logged in. If not, then we will redirect um, them to a single login page. And then additionally, we'll have set up the database connection to fetch the updates and user informations, like they can change their password, they can change their username, and they can even change their profile pictures here, like they can change their password, they can change username and profile picture as well as. So now let's begin with our code. So in this part, as we can see in this part, we have initialized the session and check the login status. If the user is not logged in, then we redirect it to the login page. So if it is not login, we will direct to the login page. So in our next step, we will include the database connection like we did previously for our other files, like for login. We included this one. We so now for the profile also, we will be included database connection because that is very, very important. So let's continue. And then after that, we will fetch the current user information. After this step, we will continuously doing another step. Then I will explain that too at both. Okay. So here, so here it fetches the user information and from the database, from this database connection. So it fetches the user information and it execute the queries, which says it selects the username and it selects the profile picture from where the ID equals to user ID. So it execute this query and it retrieves the information, that information from this database connection, and it updates to our profile. So in our next step, we will be creating a code to process form of submission. Now we will handle that form submission to update the user's profile. So this includes the updating the username, the password, and the profile picture if provided. So let's continue. So now we have finished our code. So let me explain you. So this one. So let's me tell you from this now. This handles this form handles the submission to update the user's profile. This includes the updating the username, passwords, and the profile picture if they are found. And then after it will it will check if a new profile picture is uploaded and handled, then the files uploaded the process. So in here, so profile picture uploaded is handled and the new profile picture path is updated if the uploaded is successfully. So for example, if you have uploaded one file, for example, one PNG file, and it is successfully updated, it will show here. So in our next, so here, here, it will validate the new password if provided. So this includes checking the new password and confirmation as it will check the password and it will confirm it from the it will fetch from the database and it will fetch from database and it will check. And in our next step, we are validating and updating the username. So it will also check if the username has changed. So if the username has changed or not, and update it into the database if necessary. So like if we have already, for example, we have this, we have York, and if we go to profile and we change it, and it will update in the database and replace this York with the another username, for example, Bob, something like that. So in this section, if the profile picture has changed when we upload it, and when it is changed, and it will update its path into the database. For example, like we have already replaced this picture. For example, we have replaced this picture here, and if you update it again, so what will it happen is it will change this into the another one. So this two here is when it handles when it will also handle the case when where no changes are detected. So it provide appropriate feedback to the users, like if no changes were made, so it will just prompt as to no changes. And uh, finally, we will store the updated message in the session, so and redirect the user back to the profile page to display the updated message. So this is our PHP code for our profile. So let's give an overview again. So at the first step, we start and initialize the session. If we are logged in, then it will redirect it. And in the second step, it's like we are including the database connection. So it is very important for us to connect with the database, and to because all the files are uploaded there and all the files are retrieved from there. So in this step, we fetch the user's information from the database by using this queries by using this by using this SQL queries. Then again at the next step, we process the submission form and update in another one. We update the profile picture if it is provided to our database, and another step we validate and update our new password. For example, if we update the new password if you want to change the password, so this will work it. And another one, we validate and update the user's name. For example, you want to change the username, it will retrieve take the input and it will do the queries. It will so it will use this query and to update the files into the database. And same goes for this one, update the profile picture. It will update the profile picture, it will execute this query and it will update the profile picture in the database. And for this one, if no message, if no changes is done, so it will detect the no changes and if everything is okay. So it store the update message and redirect back to the profile.php. So this is our code, PHP code for our profile, code functions for our profile. So now what we are going to do is we are going to create the HTML files so that we can embed these core functions with HTML files. So for now, if we go to profile, first let's save this. For now, if you go to profile.php, so nothing is there because we have written all this code. This is for the backend code. We have written this, but we can't see here because we need HTML for it. So now we will be creating this HTML. So now let's begin with our HTML. Hello and welcome back everyone. So now in this tutorial we are going to create some APIs for our receiving the machine IDs and then after sending the kill signal and checking the stop signals. So in order to make our interaction with the database and the ransomware easier, we will going to do that. First of all, let's close this one. We don't need them right now. Okay. So in the API, let's create the receipt key. So here we go. So we will be coding here. So first, we will include the data connection files that will allow users to interact with the database to store the data and receive the client. So let us include the database connection files so that we connect our database to perform SQL operations. So in here in this file, so let's continue. Okay. So Hello and welcome everyone. So in this video, we are going to recap everything and we are going to test our ransomware as well as we will be checking our command and control center. First, let's go back and let's see what we have done. So previously what we did is we created the APIs. We created the APIs here to send the key signals for deleting process to stop delete. And what we did is we created the admin dashboard battle control center on which we created this table on which the files are recorded like machine IDs, the encryption keys, and the date received, status, and the actions to self-destruct. The self-destruct button send the signal, kill signal to our ransomware. So when our ransomware is deleting the files, it will stop it. So here it is our section and where we can see the active warriors and the total encrypted machine. As you can see, we have total encrypted two machines. So here is total encrypted machine and machine paid. So all are paid, the status, all are paid and machine terminated both receive the destruction signal, and so there is no active warrior. That means no machines are unpaid. So likewise, this is our profile page on which we can change our username, we can change our pictures, change our password, and this is our logout, so we can log in again. So we can log in, and again we created the register page. We created a register page so that user can come and register here. They can go with the user name and password, confirm the password, and if they have already their account, so they can directly go here, log in here, and they could just log in. So this is our command and control center, and what we can do is we can export the CVS file, and let's export this. As you can see here, these are the machine IDs, these are the encryption keys, these are the receipt date, and these are the status. So this is working perfectly fine. So now what we need to do is back in our ransomware project, we left, we didn't add the functions to send our key directly to our dashboard because at that time we didn't create the dashboard. So we saved the machine ID locally as well as encryption key. So now let's go back to our ransomware. So I will be showing what changes have I made so that it will work perfectly fine that could send this case. For the very first, what we did is for the dashboard URL, there was just the local host. Now we have to put the full dashboard URL to receive the key. So this is our dashboard URL. This is the local host. This is our main root directory. This is include. This is API, and this is the file receipt key through which our command and control center receives it. So I would like to show this URL here. You can go there, copy this, and includes APIs, and here you can see the receipt key. So here you can see the message success message. So success false message invalid request method. So that means here is our receipt key. And then this is on the configuration, encryption configuration part, which is on the dashboard URL. We need to change this. So furthermore, what we need to change is we need to go there and add here inside the, so at step 13, what we did, we added new function to send the encryption key to dashboard. So what it does is it sends the key. it sends the payload machine ID key and the encryption key. As you can see here, it will send the machine ID key and the encryption key packed with the JSON to our command and control center, and it will attempt to send the key. So if the keys is successfully sent, it will send you the message. It will give you the message key sent successfully to our console log. And if it doesn't, then it will give you an error as well as, and after maximum attempts are being there and it is unable to send the message or send our data to our server, so it will say all attempt to send the key failed. So this is our function to send the encryption key to dashboard. I've just coded it, and you can just code it. This is the function which is in step 13, and here is our function that was there which saves our encrypted files and encryption keys to the local machine. So we just hard coded the path, and we will just wanted for the test to encrypt this path and keep that encryption key in this E drive. So either you can remove this one because we don't need this one for now. We don't need this one. You can remove this one. So another changes what we made here is at the execution encryption. So at the step 16 execution encryption, what we have added is we have added another condition to send key to the dashboard. So previously we had the condition and it will send encryption key locally, but we added another one to send this to the dashboard. So what you can do is either you can remove this one uh, to save the file locally, or you can just leave like this. So either you can remove this or you can leave like this just for purpose only. So it is best to remove this because we don't want our victims to get the machine IDs and keys, right? So yeah, and another changes is that in the functions to check for the remote signal, which we created earlier, we need to give the proper URL that we were not able to provide it. It is the URL for check signal. Hello and welcome everyone. So this is the final part of our video. So in this part, what we are going to do is we will be creating the executable file, and then we will be hiding that file inside the image. So first of all, let's go and see our program. So this is our main root folder. So this is our program. So we are going to create this main file into the executable file. So for that, Python has libraries. So you need to go and download AutoPy to exe. So yeah, there it is. Just you can install this by typing this command or just copy this, go to your command prompt and just paste this and just hit install. And because I have already this, so now after installing this, what you can do is you can directly type the command. So let me show you. So let me show you auto py to auto py to exe. Just type this command, hit enter, and it will open up this. So basically this is it. So in this, like you have the place where you can browse your main file, and so before this, let's go and create our icons. We need our icon files because for our application it doesn't we don't want them to be look pale, so we want them to have their own icons, right? So this is our logo. So what we are going to do is just there are a lot of online tools for that. Just go to PNG to icon converter, and you can use this. This just choose the file. Then we choose our logo. So instead of this, what we can do is we can use another one. Hmm, which one is very sticky? Let's try this one. If this works. Okay, so let's choose our file and we want this logo. So we want to convert this into the icon files. Now convert it. It's converting. Now let's download our file. Let's save this to desktop and rans. Okay, it's saved. As you can see, we have downloaded it. And let's go to rans. And as you can see, this is our icon file. So to create applications, let's first say, okay, we have icon, we have our wallpaper. Okay, so at here, just go to the file path, browse it, and this is our file, and this is our main file. This is our main file, so select this one. We don't want one directory, we just want one file, console based. We want window based, hide the console. Then we need to choose the icon. Let's go and browse. As here is our icon file that we converted. Then and we need to now this process is very important. Now in the additional file, add the folder. So we need to include this time folder because like time status will be stored here. We need to add this. And again, we need to add the image folder because our wallpaper are there. In case just go there and just add this wallpaper. So as you can see here, so this is the script location. This is the script location on which you have to browse and uh, put your mail script. And in this, you have to select this one file, and the console window, you need to select the window-based hide console. And this icon file, you need to browse and input your icon. And the important part in additional file, if you forget to put your image file, it won't load the image, it will give you the errors. And if you forget to if you forget to add this time file, so it won't load your time, so your application won't work. So this is the very important part, so just don't forget it. And there are other advanced setting also, so we won't be needing that. And there is setting for other configurations, so we won't be needing that. So let's minimize them. So this is our file. Let's double check it. Okay, this is our directory and this is our icon. And okay, so let's convert. So here we have the message moving project to C output. Our files has been stored here and our compression of converting of application is successful. So open output folder, and as we can see here, so this is our application. This is runs. This is it has the icon. So let's do one thing. Let's open up the folder. Okay, so let's execute this. This is our application. As you can see, this is the application. It's 23 MB size, and this is okay. Let's try to execute this. If someone opens and execute it, what it happens? So it created the encryption log. You can see here. So it encrypted our files. So this application is successful. It encrypted our files, and let's see if it sent machine key to our command and control center. Here you go. It sent the machine ID key here. So let's copy this. And what happens if we provide this ID before time? It should stop. The timer should stop. When we provide the key before a timing or timer is running out, it should stop. So it stopped. So as you can see here, the decryption process is being held. And here you can see all our files has been decrypted. So it is not encrypted. We can access all our files. So when we do it now, so after completing, it should work perfectly as it should, and it should delete the machine ID. Let's check for the machine ID. There's no machine ID. It worked. Whether it deleted, okay, so let's see it. It created data, and all files are here. All files are here. It didn't delete it because like we stopped by providing the encryption key before the time ran out. So here we go, and here is your encryption log saying what you did. This is all the logs. It says wallpaper has been changed successfully. Let's see. There you go. Wallpaper has been changed. So this is our applications. We successfully, let's put this here. Okay, so we successfully created these applications here, and you can send this application to others. And this is just for education purpose. Don't send this to others, just for test purpose. So whenever this application is played or executed, so it will encrypt all your files. So for now, we created the application. So in our next video, what we are going to do is we are going to hide this application inside the image. When we open this application, it will run. But what we need to do is when the victims or when the persons open it, it should open up the image like the normal one, and it should execute this ransomware. It should encrypt all our file in the backend. So now let's stop for now, and in the next video we will achieve that. Hello and welcome back to our another video, and this is the final one on which we will be hiding our application inside the image. For now, let's download some of the images. Let's go to, let's download some images. So what we can download here, okay, so our pictures. For example, what we can download. Okay, let's search for mountains. So, okay, let's download this one, not this one. Let's download. To... Okay, let's download this one. Okay, so let's download the low quality. Let's set this in desktop. Okay, so here it is. Here is our image. So let's change this image name into TB. Okay, so this is our image. And first, let's know its extension. So properties, It is JPEG file. Okay, that's good. So now we have our image on which we want to hide our applications. So now what we want is we want icon for this image. So for that, let's go back to our website and let's go here and desktop DB. Yeah, this one is so not PNG. We want icon file. So let's convert. So then let's download this. We want this to be in the okay desktop. So here you go, TB. So here you go, the TB icon. This is the icon file. So we have our two files. One is icon file and one is main image file. And another one is our main application. So we need these three. So to make to add this into the image, now we need another one, another application that is WinRAR. So you can just go here and um, just go to the website and just go there and download WinRAR. This is for free. Just go to the desktop. I want to save this. Okay, so let's go there. This is the WinRAR. Just open it up and go and install. As I've already installed, so I won't be doing that again. So what you need to do is now you have these three files. What you need to do is open the WinRAR and add to archive. So now we have these three files. Let's add them in archive using WinRAR. And then what we are going to do is we are not going to use zip. We are going to use CFX, FXXF, and we will be using let's name this beautiful mountain.jpg. And compression method we will be using the best. And go to the advanced option, and here is SFX option. So just go to the setup and just try what we want to run. We want to run first of all tb.jpg. We want to run this image. Then after that image, we want to run our. So as you can see here, this is runs.exe. And just remember, this should be exactly the same. The name should be exactly the same. If the name is not same, that it won't execute that process. For example, if the image name is not there, so it won't show the image. So, and let's double check for our image as well. So is JPEG, db.jpg. Okay, we are good. So let's go to the next one. Mode, we want to unpack this temporary folder and just hide this starting that we just want to hide our. And in advanced, we don't want note anything. So text and icon. So yeah, we at here we need to browse and give our icon. So this is our icon file which we created. Open it, and then in general case. So in general, in update, so we want to extract and update the files, and we want to overwrite all the files. So just remember, let's go again. So text and icon, we have inserted the icon. Modes, we don't want that. Advanced, we don't want that. Modes, okay, we want unpack and temporary, we want to hide off. And setup, we want to run these first. Image, we want to run image, then our exe files. Okay, everything is fine. So okay, click on OK. So beautiful mountain. So this is created. So let's try and open. But first of all, let's see our drive. Okay, this is our lead drive. Let's delete this one because we want to make them freeze. And let's go and check to our. Let's mark them everything as paid. So okay, now this is our application. So this is image. Okay, we can see this image. This is normal image. So let's close this image. So this is the image that we created, and behind the scene it should have worked. As you can see, the encryption has been done, and here is our ransom. So it works. So we have created this. First of all, it opened up and it executed the file. So what happens if we again, what happens if we again run this program? Will it again start? So let's try it again. If we run it, so it starts from where it was because we had provided the functions. If this application is already running, if the encryption are not successfully decrypted, then it should skip the encryption and it should only directly pop up the uh, GUI interface, decryption interface. Okay, so as I like I said, our time is up. All files from here should be deleted, and let's go and check our here. I think okay. So let's refresh this. So this is our machine ID. This is our key, and let's terminate this by remote one. Okay, successfully sent. Let's see. As we can see, it's successfully stopped. Deleting process is successfully stopped. Okay, so then let's try to decrypt it. So as we can see, we have already tried several times. We can't open these files until and unless we provided the key. So here we go. This is our key. Let's copy this key and let's try to do some random. What happens? It is it's saying it's failed to decrypt. Okay, so it won't work. So let's try our key and let's start our process. So as you can see, it's successfully decrypted. So this whole decryption process is only possible when you provide the key, because we have used the 2AES and advanced system for the encryption. So it will make very hard. AES has the strong encryption, as well as we used another method that use Sonnet, which use iteration, make it very hard to decrypt. So here is our dashboard, and this is our profiles. You can go and choose there. So let's mark this as paid. So finally, we have completed everything. We have completed everything. This is our dashboard, and this is our code for our web application for our this dashboard, admin dashboard, which we have on which we have our dashboard and dashboard, and we have login, we have logout, we have profile, we have registration, as well as and this is our main program. This is main program for our ransomware. So this is our main ransomware program. As you can see here, this is the main ransomware program, which we converted that into the application. So then this is our simple decryption program that we created to understand how does decryption work. And this is our simple encryption program. This is our simple encryption program which we created to learn how this simple encryption works and how does our concept works. And this is our simple graphical user interface. Let's run this. This is the layout of our ransomware which we created. This is the layout. It is just a layout. It doesn't have any functions. It won't work. So we have created we have created the three main things. We have created applications, we have embedded that into the emails, and we have created our main ransomware, and we have created our whole dashboard to control our system. So thank you everyone for being with me, and I will be creating new courses in near future as well as. Thank you for being with me till now.